Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, September the 25th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand bras se porter le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I'll look to Councillor Ratzlaff to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. The abundance of this autumn season reminds us of a truth of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement, and that is that there is more than enough for everyone, and the decisions we make around this table, around this horseshoe, endeavors to make that truth a reality. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. The mayor's report today. First of all, thank you to everyone involved with the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival, the staff, the hundreds of volunteers who made this year's festival one for the books. I had the opportunity to walk in both the Pied Piper Parade and the Grand Parade this past weekend. It was a joy to see what seemed like basically all of St. Catharines out lining the streets. I also participated in my first grape stomp, which I won, so I just wanted to point that out. I was the top stomper this year. I have a trophy to prove it. I also think, yeah, I also think they may have just given it to me out of pity. I'm not entirely sure. Had the chance to see My Son the Hurricane on the main stage last Saturday. I know there were a lot of moving parts that go into making this festival, so I just want to take this time to thank everybody involved and our own Councillor Phillips, the Deputy Mayor, who also sits on the Grape and Wine Committee. A fantastic event and always a highlight of our social calendar. I want to throw out some congratulations to a couple groups. First of all, to the St. Catharines firefighters who recently participated in the FireFit National Championships. For the first time in the competition's history, St. Catharines took both gold and silver in the relay competition. A lot of medals were won, a lot of personal bests to celebrate. St. Catharines also had the most competitors out of any fire department represented at the championship, so thank you to the FireFit athletes for honorably and proudly representing our city. Is the chief here? I don't see the chief there. Oh, okay, I would have made us all give him a round of applause, but he's not here, so we will think good thoughts towards the chief. Please, if you have a chance, reach out to him, but to the entire FireFit group, congratulations. Congratulations as well to the staff and the board of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Niagara on their amalgamation into a single agency, which in doing so has created the largest mentoring program to support children and youth across Niagara. So a major event there. A quick shout out to the United Way Fire Truck Pull Team Hall and Oaks 2.0, sitting right here in front of you. We pulled a 12-ton fire truck with our team 100 feet in 19-ish seconds, which I will just tell everybody here is a fantastic result, even if it had us towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But that's not important. The amazing event helped to raise $30,000 for United Way Niagara, which helps about 175,000 people in need and raise money for more than 140 programs and initiatives across the community. I was thrilled to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Community Living St. Catharines and recognize their success as a strong partner who has contributed to building an inclusive and diverse St. Catharines. I want to thank the folks at Community Living. People with intellectual disabilities have the opportunity to participate in all elements of living in our beautiful community, thanks to the good work at Community Living. And I was also happy to attend the annual Steel Blade Classic at the Meridian Center this past Friday to support the Brock Badgers men's hockey team. Congratulations on their 3-0 victory over the Guelph Griffins. It was also quite fun to watch a bunch of former Ice Dogs who have now moved on into the ranks of the university hockey and are doing quite well at the next level. Some news. Last week, I was pleased to join city staff along with members of the Tourism Partnership of Niagara and Electric Utilities to officially flip the switch on the new lighting canopy along St. Paul Street from William to Geneva. I was joined there by Councillors McPherson and Councillor Harris. The new installation, which was completed in July and August of this year, enhances the overall visitor experience and the visibility of the city's downtown by night. I want to thank the Tourism Partnership of Niagara and Electric Utilities for their support in lighting up the downtown. Last week, I was thrilled to attend the official groundbreaking ceremony for Royal Tuscan Masterpiece Townhomes and Condos, which is located at 1024 Vansicle Road North. This is going to add 78 units to our housing supply. Congrats to Mickey Singh and his team from Royal Tuscan Masterpiece Townhomes on breaking ground on this exciting new build. Thank you for choosing to build in St. Catharines, and thank you to Councillor McPherson for coming with me to that one. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of attending the Lincoln and Welland Regiment's change of command ceremony. I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Chris Canavan for his service as the commanding officer for the Lincoln Regiment. And I also want to congratulate incoming commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Phil Dyson, on his appointment. I look forward to working with them and the entire regiment in the years to come. And Justin Schoss is on a mission to get you to sign the bench seat from the former Jack Gatecliff Arena in an effort to gather stories and memories that we all shared at the Jack. To share your memory and to sign the bench, check out Justin's Instagram page or search #SignTheBench. Very fun project that he's got going on there, and I got to share some of my memories of the Jack last week. I want to thank the St. Catharines Twinning Association for coordinating a flag raising to celebrate the 55th anniversary of the twinning of St. Catharines and Port of Spain. I was joined there by Councillor Garcia for the flag raising. While both cities have grown in their own way, a relevant similarity between the two cities remains today, the sincere warmth and friendliness of the people. Wishing the folks from Port of Spain who have been visiting St. Catharines over the last 2 weeks safe travel as they head back home. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Phillips for representing me at the Culture Days flag raising this past Friday. The City of St. Catharines will celebrate everything arts and culture over 3 weeks this fall. A diverse range of live and virtual performances, events, and workshops are planned from September 22nd to October 15th to mark Culture Days. All of the events are free, but some do require pre-registration, and you can find a full list of events at stcatharines.ca/Culture Days. I want to thank Carly Anderson and the Culture team for organizing a wonderful schedule of activities for the community to engage in, and if you have the opportunity, you can check out the art exhibit, which is right outside the doors of the council chamber. Rosh Hashanah is the celebration of the Jewish New Year. It's a very important holiday on the Jewish calendar, and is the first of what is called the High Holy Days, a 10-day period that ends with Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish year. On Rosh Hashanah, Jewish communities from all over the world celebrates God's creation of the world. Rosh Hashanah is 2 days long and began on September the 17th. This year's International Week of Deaf People began on September the 18th. It's a time when people can come together annually to recognize and celebrate the vibrant deaf community. The International Day of Sign Language also takes place this week on September 23rd to support and protect the linguistic identity and cultural diversity of all deaf people and other sign language users. All city flags were lowered at City Hall this past weekend for Police and Peace Officers National Memorial Day, which is about honoring and mourning police and peace officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty. It's an opportunity to formally express our appreciation for the dedication and commitment shown by peace and police officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice while keeping our community safe. This year's This year's honoring and mourning was especially poignant given the death of the 2 RCMP soldiers this past weekend. The 4th week of September is Gender Equality Week. I want to reiterate our commitment to inclusivity and equality by recognizing and celebrating the diversity within our city. These diverse identities shape every individual and represent the richness of our collective diversity. Equality is the foundation from which everyone can lead healthy, happy, and fulfilling lives. From eliminating discrimination to preventing gender-based violence, advancing gender equality contributes to a higher quality of life, which benefits everyone. Beginning at sunset last night, and this probably should have come a couple of paragraphs before, beginning at sunset last night, Jewish people across St. Catharines and the rest of the world observed Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Hebrew calendar. For all who were observing, I hope you had an easy and meaningful fast and a clean slate for the new year. And today is Franco-Ontarian Day, an opportunity to recognize the cultural, historical, social, economic, and political contributions of Francophones in the province. Fun fact, according to Bonjour Niagara, there are at least 15,115 Francophones living in the Niagara region. All right, just a little bit more. I had the joy of attending a couple of business openings over the last couple of weeks. The first one is at one which I encourage everybody to get out to, the Burger Factory, located in the Ridley Plaza. One of the best burgers I have ever had in my entire life. That is not to try and talk down about any of the other wonderful burger restaurants that we do have in our community, but Burger Factory at the Ridley Plaza is amazing. I also had a chance to cut the ribbon at RoboThink Niagara, which is located on Martindale Road and offers fun and exciting robotics, engineering, and coding programs where engineers, tinkerers, and builders of all ages can explore the exciting world of STEM. And if you have ever enjoyed Lego, I highly recommend getting in and taking a look at the awesome Lego robots that they have going on inside RoboThink Niagara. Finally, our upcoming events. On Friday, September the 29th, the City of St. Catharines is partnering with the Niagara Regional Native Center to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Orange Shirt Day, more recently recognized as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. There will be a commemorative event, ceremony held at 10 a.m. on the front steps of St. Catharines City Hall. The ceremony will feature the raising and lowering of the Every Child Matters flag in honor of survivors, their families, and the communities affected by the legacy of residential schools, and attendees are encouraged to wear orange to the event. In support of the NRNC and the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center's food pantries, donations will be accepted beginning September 29th up to and including October 13th. Donations can be made at City Hall or at any branch of the St. Catharines Public Library. Most needed items include canned proteins, kids' school snacks, rice, pasta and pasta sauce, and canned vegetables. And the last one. Did you know that 1 in 3 women in Canada experience violence and abuse at the hands of an intimate partner? Please join me on October the 14th at the Penn Center to raise awareness and vital funds for Jillian's Place. This year's Walk a Mile in Her Shoes needs to raise $125,000 to help support priority and underfunded programs that enable women, sexually and gender diverse folks to break the cycle of violence and abuse. And to donate, you can visit www.jilliansplace.com for more information. And I will put this out as a personal challenge, which will also come in the form of an email at some point to all of my fellow counselors. If you are willing and able to participate in the walk and to help raise funds, it would be sincerely appreciated. With that, I will open the floor to any counselors who would like to add anything to the mayor's report this evening. Councillor Phillips.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to the juried art show that you'd mentioned, just wanted to indicate to council that there's 8 pieces of art that were selected out of 100 pieces that were submitted. So great interest from the community. Each piece of art has some print with it to explain the feelings of the artist as they completed the piece of art. And it was a very interesting event to talk to the artist, and the theme, as you know, was called open-ended, so there wasn't a particular theme that they had to go by. So it's a lot of interesting art out there, and it was a great way to introduce the month of culture to St. Catharines. And as we all know, in the past, St. Catharines has been named one of the top cultural cities to celebrate culture. So let's keep it going. Also, the Niagara Symphony on Saturday the 30th are hosting a concert called Walking Through the Fire. Many Indigenous musicians, as well as the Sultans of String, are performing. I encourage everyone to attend, and the tickets, you'll never get a cheaper ticket at $24. So to go along with our work with the Indigenous community, I really encourage everyone to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Get the glasses out. Last Thursday, I had the privilege to go to community care and present on behalf of the mayor and council to give words. The chicken growers of Ontario donated 350 kilos of frozen chickens to Community Care Niagara. Two of the chicken farmers were local here in Waynfleet and Smithville, I believe. So they do this all across the province. And this time around, St. Catharines Community Care was the recipient of that. So that was very good. Last Friday, along with the Mr. Mayor, the Calhoun Creations official 50th anniversary. During the summer they had one, but that was more of a fun event for all the kids and everything. So this was their official 50th years in business at Calhoun Creations. You know, wonderful to see a business around like that for 50 years and still going strong. And I didn't walk the parade because, you know, I'm getting older and sore and everything and I can't. So I had the privilege of driving the Crime Stopper car in the parade and representing Crime Stoppers Niagara. So it was fun.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. And yes, I will give full credit to any business, Calhoun. They did their 50th anniversary multiple times, and anybody who throws multiple parties for the same, for the anniversary, I love that. I think that's great. Might as well have a party. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to follow up on what Councillor Phillips said and point out that many of you have probably read that Waterloo just lost their symphony orchestra after 78 years. Ours is celebrating its 75th birthday, I believe, and we're so lucky and blessed to have such a great symphony orchestra, so I certainly encourage all of us and anybody watching to support their symphony, and that concert that he mentioned sounds fantastic. I also wanted to mention that tomorrow at 1 p.m. in beautiful Port Dalhousie, we have the official unveiling of the tow horse statue that many of you will have seen driving into Port Dalhousie. Is in the grass area there in front of Lock 1 of the Second Canal, which is where the Lock concerts were last year and so on. And this statue symbolizes the tow horses that were used in the early canals and at great risk and harm to their lives. That's why it's an emaciated look. But we have, luckily, all three artists that worked on developing this sculpture are going to be there tomorrow, and it's at 1 p.m., and anybody from council or the public is welcome to attend.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to send my regrets. I won't be able to make it on Friday. I'll be in Toronto at AMO. So I know that we have a strong Indigenous people at the meeting, and we'll be celebrating there with them. And then I also wanted to ask if we could put out a reminder about the Waterfront Access Master Plan, the Zoom public meeting. I think it's tomorrow. It'll be the last one, but all the information's on our website, so people can go there. I just wanted people to know that that's happening, and it's important that they let us know what they think.
Excellent. And I will make sure that we put that out on my social media as well in advance. And there was one thing that I was neglectful of mentioning at the last council meeting with respect to AMO, and that is that Councillor Dodge is now the chair of the Large Urban Caucus. So I think a round of applause for Councillor Dodge. I want to thank Councillor Dodge. I know she's put a lot of work in. Councillor Dodge, have you been doing this now for 2 years? No, but with AMO on the Large Urban Caucus. Is it 2 years at this point? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Dodge has put 2 years in, and doing work with AMO is a significant time commitment, and I'm going to open up your mic in case you want to add anything, but I will say doing work with AMO is a significant time commitment, and having Councillor Dodge as our representative there for the last 2 years and now taking over the chair role is important and gives us added voice when we want to do provincial advocacy work. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Councillor Dodge.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the support from this council. It means a lot, and staff here. I couldn't do this without the staff that I do, support I get from staff with Brian York and his staff, and mainly Melissa Wensler. She's very important to some of the successes we've seen there. So she works very hard, and she was, a big player in us all having a good time at AMO with all the minister meetings that we had. So thank you very much for the support, and I look forward to continuing.
Excellent. I will say, I didn't complain, but I definitely felt like I was run off my feet a bit at AMO. The only person who was more run off their feet than I was Councillor Dodge, because she actually had to be a part of the organization of the whole darn thing. And while I'm doing that, I will also thank Councillor McPherson, who has taken on a role with FCM. So I sincerely appreciate the roles that the both of you play in continuing the advocacy work outside of council and to the broader community, because it's a lot of work. With that, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agendas. I know that I will let Councillor Harris did want to make one amendment, so I will let him press his button, and I will open up his mic.
I was just hoping that we could move item 9.2 up, because I know there's some people sitting in the audience that are interested in it.
So we will move 9.2 to the earliest possible point that we can in the meeting after the public meetings. So, Madam Clerk?
The other amendment to the agenda today is on your agenda, item 10.3, motion to add an additional council meeting. The motion says a special meeting would be on Monday, October 18th. October 18th is actually a Wednesday, so it's Wednesday, October 18th. And the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in your sugar sync folder. Correspondence from Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, as well as correspondence from Allison Stone regarding item 7.3, a bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic images in the city of St. Catharines. And then a memo from the Deputy CAO regarding update on community and cultural displays. And those are the only items I have.
All right, so can I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. We have item 3, that council adopt the minutes of the regular council held on September 11th, 2023. Mover and a seconder for the minutes. Councillor Harris, Councillor Garcia, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? All right, seeing none, as a reminder, councillors are required to submit written statements of declarations via the online form. Item number 5, the motion to move consent reports. The motions that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Stevens. And I will look to the clerk.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, legal and clerk services, the 2024 schedule of meetings for City Council, and item 6.2, legal and clerk services, council correspondence. Councillor Stevens. Will just be a moment. Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
And Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
In favor.
That's carried.
Item number 6 is the consent agenda, the consent report, so I will look to the clerk. Did you read which ones they were? I completely blanked on that. My apologies. So we're going to move on to number 7, but before we do that, council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. With that, we will move to the first public meeting, which is 7.1 Financial Management Services. Stop up, close, and declare surplus part of Maplecrest Avenue, part of PIN 46416-0842 LT on the east end of Maplecrest Avenue, Realty File 23-011. Notice of consideration to stop up and close and declare surplus part of Maplecrest Avenue was published in accordance with the city's notice bylaw. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. Does anyone in attendance wish to speak? Seeing none. After we ask that another time, the public meeting will be closed, and then the council will consider the report. So the public meeting will commence. A second time, does anyone wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councilor McPherson, Councilor Dodge. Motion is the council close the public meeting respecting the stop up, close, and declare a surplus part of Maplecrest Avenue, part of PIN 46416-0842 LT on the east end of Maplecrest Avenue, Realty File 23-011. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Is there a councilor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councilor Lindell, and a seconder, Councilor Miller. Now would be the time for staff to answer questions if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Miller.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes.
Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councilor Stevens.
Yes.
Councilor Townsend.
Yes.
Councilor Williamson.
Yes.
Councilor Dodge.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Kushner.
Yes.
Councilor McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Unanimous. Yes, Councilor. Thank you. The purpose of the next public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed amendment to the City of St. Catharines official plan, OPA 40, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. Staff held an open house and prepared a report on the proposed amendment. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. I will then ask if anybody wishes to speak from the public. After that, the speaking is done, the public meeting will be closed, and council will be able to ask staff questions about the report and will consider the report recommendation. At this time, the public meeting is now open, and I'll call upon Taya Devlin, Senior Planner, to present.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone joining this public meeting for city-initiated official plan amendment OPA 40 regarding areas of employment. The province of Ontario has recently passed Bill 97, the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act, which, among other matters, will change the definition of area of employment in the Planning Act. The purpose of OPA 40 is to recognize and permit legally established employment uses to continue with the same protections afforded to other employment uses, despite not meeting the amended definition of area of employment. The proposed official plan amendment protects against unintended loss of the city's employment lands. Planning in Ontario is based on a framework of policy documents. There are a number of provincial planning documents which inform regional and municipal planning policies. Bill 97, the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act, proposed amendments to portions of the Planning Act, among other matters. At the same time, the province presented a proposed draft provincial planning statement, which would replace the existing provincial policy statement and growth plan. While the proposed new PPS is still in draft form, Bill 97 has received royal assent, and the amended definition of area of employment will take effect on a future date to be named by proclamation. The city has undertaken OPA 40 to reflect these provincial policy changes in the municipal official plan. It's important to note that the proposed official plan policy would need to be in place before the date of proclamation. The current definition of areas of employment in the Planning Act includes manufacturing, warehousing, and office uses, as well as retail and ancillary facilities associated with these uses. As a result of Bill 97, the amended definition of area of employment specifies that institutional, commercial, and office uses will no longer be considered as business and economic uses. The city recently conducted an assessment evaluating the city's growth forecast, including land needs for employment. As a result, in 2020, the city designated 6 employment areas within the official plan, permitting a variety of employment uses intended to support current and projected employment needs. Once employment areas are designated, there are strong policy tests to convert these lands for future alternative uses. The amended definition excludes institutional and commercial uses. As a result, existing legally established uses that do not meet the amended definition will be able to convert to alternative uses without being subject to the conversion tests. For an example, an existing office building in an area of employment, typically recognized as a business park, meets the existing definition of area of employment and is subject to specific policy tests if a conversion to a non-employment use is proposed. Following Bill 97, that same office building would not be subject to those conversion policies and would not be considered an area of employment. This could lead to the unintended loss of lands within the city to accommodate needed jobs. So in order to protect against unintended loss of employment lands, Bill 97 includes the ability for municipalities to establish official plan policy that recognizes legally established uses that are existing today. OPA 40 proposes policy to permit those existing uses to continue to be recognized as employment uses and ensure the policy tests to consider designation to alternative uses continue to apply. The proposed policy protects against unintended loss of the city's employment lands and supports the city in accommodating needed jobs. The proposed official plan policy has 2 main components. First, the OPA would remove existing references to the growth plan and replace them with the term provincial policy. This is to ensure our policies are flexible if existing provincial policy documents are replaced and provided with new titles. The second component references the Planning Act and states that uses in employment areas that are excluded from the definition of area of employment are authorized to continue so long as the use has been lawfully established prior to the date of proclamation. While the provincial amendments to the Planning Act have received royal assent, they are not in effect until the date of proclamation. As such, staff recommend that the proposed official plan amendment take effect the day before the date of proclamation. The proposed amendment has been circulated to all appropriate city departments and external agencies. In lieu of an open house, an information video was posted to the Project Engage page. Notice of OPA 40 was issued in the local newspaper and was also sent directly to the Niagara Industrial Association, as the subject matter is relevant to their industry. No comments, questions, or objections have been received. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve proposed official plan amendment 40. The amendment ensures the city's official plan continues to be consistent with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, and conforms to the growth plan and regional official plan, and protects established employment areas. Thank you.
All right. So at this time, are there any members of the public wishing to delegate? No one had registered before 9 a.m. today. Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councilor Harris, Councilor Dodge, the seconder. Motion is the council close the public meeting respecting city-initiated official plan amendment OPA 40. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Are there any questions for staff regarding the presentation or the report? Seeing, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to planning staff, some clarification. So what we're trying to do is get ahead of the game with Bill 97, but we're trying to ensure that areas that are employment now can remain employment even if they don't meet the new definition. Is that essentially what we're saying?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. It's essentially a transition policy to protect for those uses that are currently employment areas, but wouldn't be under the new definition.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, and the objective for Bill 97 here was to potentially allow some of those lands to be turned into housing. Is that the objective, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think the intention is that going forward, uses that can be located in other locations without having as much of an impact on the surrounding lands can be taken out of those employment areas. So the employment areas are protected for more intense employment uses. But they've built into Bill 97 this ability for municipalities to transition those existing uses so that we don't end up with a big gap where we've made a big change and we've lost a bunch of employment area as a result.
Great. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have a counselor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Counselor Phillips, seconded by Counselor McPherson. So the recommendation will be placed up on the screen. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
We will move on to 7.3. Notice of consideration of a bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic images in the city of St. Catharines has been published in accordance with the city's notice bylaw. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. I will then ask if anybody wishes to speak. We do have one delegate who has requested to speak, so they will go first, followed by any of those in the audience who wish to. At that time, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff questions about the report, recommendation, and will consider the report. The public meeting is now open, and I will now call upon Shandor Chanye, the city solicitor, to explain the report and staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the members of council. This report and proposed bylaw is being brought to council today as a result of community concerns about graphic images of aborted fetuses being delivered to homes and causing harm to the public. This council adopted a motion on May 1st, 2023, directing staff to prepare a bylaw similar to the City of London's bylaw. This proposed bylaw does three things in terms of regulating graphic images. Number one being that the image has to be concealed in a sealed envelope. Number two being the envelope has to be marked with the name and address of the person responsible for delivering it. And number three, there has to be a warning on the package that the images contained may be disturbing to some people. It is important to note that the city is not banning anything here. The bylaw is only regulatory on how the images are being delivered. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chanye. At this time, we do have one delegation. This one will be a Zoom delegation. So we will now hear a delegation from Anne-Marie Zamet, who is coming to us on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here speaking in support of the proposed bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic flyers to residences. I want to thank Councillor Miller as I brought this issue to him, and he was very receptive and got the ball rolling. When I reached out to him, it was because I had received one of these flyers in February of this year. The last thing in the world that I would expect to see in my mailbox is a flyer containing images of bloodied and dismembered fetuses. It caught me completely off guard, and I cried when I saw this. Thank goodness I was the one who retrieved the mail that day and not my 11-year-old daughter. She loves babies. She still asks when she can have a baby brother or sister. Unfortunately for our family, another child was not in the cards. And I do not want to imagine what kind of trauma that flyer would have inflicted on my daughter had she been the one to bring in the mail, as she often does. It is extremely disturbing that this type of imagery would be delivered in plain sight without any warning or concealment. There are plenty of real-world examples where a warning is issued for graphic imagery. We see it on broadcast television ahead of a fictional series or film. We see it on live newscasts when reporting on real-world events such as the war in Ukraine. We also see instances where it is hidden from plain view, such as cigarette cartons being stored behind opaque shelving to minimize the impact of those who do not wish to see the graphic cartons as they go about their shopping in a store. I understand the group responsible for producing and delivering these flyers is the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. On their website, they state, CCBR condemns all forms of abortion-related violence and will not collaborate with groups or individuals who fail to condemn such violence. But what they fail to recognize is that by having their volunteers deliver these graphic flyers, they are perpetrators of violence. It is an assault to subject unsuspecting people to those images without warning. It causes real trauma to those who have suffered miscarriages or who have been unable to get pregnant. And at an even more basic level, the trauma to those who simply do not do well with blood. I have a friend who instantly faints at the sight of blood. And if she were to receive such a flyer as the one I received, I am afraid she would faint, fall off her porch, and severely injure herself. This issue is simply about a person's right to choose whether or not they wish to view these images. By regulating these flyers with requirements to conceal their contents and carry a warning, this would mitigate the very real harm these flyers can and do inflict. I urge council to adopt the bylaw as written, and I hope that the CCBR and their affiliates will respect and adhere to the regulation of the delivery of these flyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zammit, for your presentation. Are there any councillors who have questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Ms. Zammit. Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak to the motion? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Williamson. The motion now that council close the public meeting respecting a bylaw to regulate the delivery of graphic images in the city of St. Catharines. All opposed? Sorry, all in favor? All opposed? That's carried. I promise I wasn't trying to trick you. I just got ahead of myself. I should do that more often. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. I should also close the public meeting before I start making jokes. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. At this time, if staff have any questions from council, now is the appropriate time. I'll start with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to thank staff for all the hard work they put in on this. Director of Legal Services, Sandor, and the Assistant City Solicitor, Robert, put together this great report, and I really appreciate, again, all the time they put into this, educating council on this issue, and I think council's heard loud and clear. We've all received emails from constituents who have been alarmed by these graphic images, so again, and I also want to thank actually my colleague here to my left, Councillor Miller, who has worked collaboratively on this with me and provided his input on it as well. And again, thank you to those, and I'll be in full support of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I strongly support approving this bylaw. As usual, I think that one of the most important things here will be enforcement. And I think that, we need to have very good communication as to what is someone to do once we pass this bylaw. if it's violated and they get these envelopes at home. And secondly, I would like to ask the city solicitor through you, I know we mentioned at the end there that we contemplate the use of the city's non-parking amps bylaw that would have to be amended. Would it be helpful if we added an amendment right now requesting that such an amendment be drafted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, once we draft up the proposed amendment, we could just bring it back at the next council meeting and it could get approved. So, I mean, passing a resolution that can be amended, we need to see what the amendment is going to be before it's being passed. That's what I would propose.
Thank you. So you're going to be drafting something anyway, is what you're saying?
Yes, we will be drafting the amendments to the current bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Williamson.
Sorry. Am I on? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, to City Solicitor. Section 3.2, the bylaw does not apply to mail as delivered to residents by Canada Post. That's a necessary exclusion we have to include in the bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, we have that language in the bylaw because there's an underlying assumption here that the essentially a Canada Post employee would not put in these flyers, for lack of a better term, into anybody's mailbox.
Okay, and they don't necessarily have to be addressed mail, but they would a postal carrier wouldn't deliver them?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Are there any other questions or comments? Councilor Miller.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you to staff as well, and Councillor Townsend said to Councillor Townsend as well for his work on this. I just want to mention, Ms. Zamet, again, thank you for prompting this, and Reproductive Justice Niagara, which has done great work around this as well, and are great advocates in this community for choice. So thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, I have Councilor Miller moving this, Councilor Townsend seconding this. The motion is on the screen, and I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Miller?
Yes.
Councilor Townsend?
Yes.
Councilor Williamson?
Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
Yes.
Councilor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councilor Phillips?
Yes.
Councilor McPherson?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Kushner?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Dodge?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. We have moved the agenda around a little bit, so item 9.2 will be first in the discussion reports. Prior to discussing the report that is up next from Planning and Building Services regarding the 2020 community improvement intake. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Elena Campbell, Community Improvement Coordinator, to provide a presentation. Ms. Campbell?
Good evening. I'm here to present the tax incentive applications we received under the Community Improvement Plan. Make it full. Oh. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So on June 30th, 2023, we received 3 applications. The first was for 16 Locke Street for the Brownfield Tax Incentive Finance Program, or BTIF, for the redevelopment and remediation, which, if approved, would result in an annual rebate of 80% of the increase in taxes after the project is complete. Another BTIF application was received for the redevelopment and remediation of the lands at 235 Merritt Street And finally, we received a tax increment finance, or TIF, application for 180 Queenston Street, which is for redevelopment only with no remediation. Okay, so let's look at these projects individually. Currently, 16 Locke Street is approximately 0.47 hectare property located north of Locke Street and west of Lakeport Road. The property currently has 3 heritage structures, which are the Austin House Hotel, Port Dalhousie Jailhouse, and Stanton Grocery Building. The proposed development would involve the heritage restoration of these 3 buildings. The Austin House Hotel and Stanton Grocery buildings will be restored and retained, while the jailhouse will be restored and relocated. A new development of 6 mixed-use buildings is proposed, which includes a total of 154 dwelling units and 8 commercial units, resulting in approximately 1,500 square meters of commercial space. Public walkways connecting Locke Street to Lakeside Park with 2 courtyards will be created. This shows all the possible areas where a project can score points under the Community Improvement Plan. All these applications are located outside the downtown core and will be using the same weighted evaluation system. Projects are evaluated on a combination of location, environmental remediation, core housing, heritage restoration, mixed-use development, density generation, and their financial benefit to the municipality, which includes project costs and their increased tax assessment, as well as the value-added sustainability features and contributions to public realm. This shows where 16 Locke scored points. The shaded areas are the sections where points were awarded, and the white sections mean that no points were awarded. This project has environmental remediation costs of $4.23 million, which are 3.2% of total project costs. As mentioned, this project involves heritage conservation and is mixed use, providing a density of 591 people and jobs per hectare. This project would result in an estimated $438,000 in increased taxes, and the sustainability features include geothermal heating and cooling and electric vehicle chargers. So overall, 16 Locke Street scored 66 points. This shows the calculation formula used to estimate grant payout. And the post-development tax assessment for 16 Locke, less the current pre-development taxes collected, equal to the tax increment. We then multiply this by 80%, which is the BTIF rebate, to get an annual incentive of $350,867. Our next BTIF application is for 235 Merritt Street, which is a 1.01 hectare property located east of Glendale Avenue and west of Merritt Street. The property has a car wash on site, and the remaining lands are vacant. For the proposed development at 235 Merritt, the car wash will be removed and 3 new buildings will be constructed, which will include 116 dwelling units and 9 commercial units, totaling around 2,000 square meters of commercial space. Of these 116 dwelling units, they would include 24 affordable rental dwelling units. Once again, here's the breakdown of areas where a project can score points. And 235 Merritt Street scored points for being in the Hartsel Road, Merritton Priority Neighborhood. The project has environmental remediation costs of $2.67 million, which are 4.7% of total project costs. The development has 20% affordable rental dwelling units and would provide a density of 226 people and jobs per hectare. This project would result in an estimated $284,000 in increased taxes collected, and in total, 235 Merritt Street scored 62 points. Here's a formula, and the calculation for the grant for 235 Merritt is the post-development tax assessment less the current pre-development taxes collected, which gives us our tax increment, which we times by the 80% rebate, giving us an annual incentive of $227,991. Okay. Our last application is for 180 Queenston Street, which is a 0.65 hectare property located south of Queenston and north of Valley View Road. The property currently has a church and surface level parking lot. The proposed development would involve the removal of the gym extension to the church, which will be removed to build 2 blocks of residential buildings. There will be a total of 39 dwelling units, and 13 of these will be affordable rental dwelling units. Here is the allocation of points that a project can get. And for 180 Queenston, they scored points for being in the Queenston priority neighborhood. The development has 33% affordable rental dwelling units, which would provide a density of 96 people per hectare. This project would result in an estimated $48,000 increase in taxes and has significant sustainability features such as solar panels, electric vehicle chargers, passive house construction standards, and a net zero building design. In total, 180 Queenston Street scored 52 points. So this formula for the TIF application uses a 65% rebate. And we take the post-development assessment less the pre-development taxes, which is $0 since it's an exempt property, to get the tax increment. We then multiply this increase by 65% to get an annual incentive of $31,303. So here's a summary of all those calculations for each project. We look at how much the property is assessed at currently in the pre-development stage. MPAC estimates the post-development assessment, which we then subtract to get the property assessment increase. So we look at how much municipal tax the property currently collects at the pre-development stage, and how much the post-development project would generate in taxes to get the municipal increase. From this increase, we multiply each project by their respective grant rebate percentage to get their estimated annual incentive. As all projects meet the 50-point threshold, staff recommend the approval of all 3 applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your presentation. You can have a seat, yeah. In the past, I have said that it's very difficult to tell the story when it comes to CIP, so I will just say that was probably the best presentation we've had with respect to CIP applications in my 13 years here, so well done. At this time, and prior to considering the report, council will hear delegations from the applicants Peter Clues, Evan McDonald, and Carly Forrester, and a delegation from Paul Miller. At this time, I will now call upon Peter Clues, the applicant for 16 Locke Street, to present. And I will note that Jim Frank and Wendy Wing will be in attendance to assist with questions from council. Mr. Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being here or there this evening. I managed to contract COVID from my grandson over the weekend, and I figured I wouldn't be very popular if I appeared this evening. I think what would be very helpful, or at least I hope it would be helpful, is just to give you, council, a brief overview in the context of the project. Next slide, please. This is an application that we started about 4 years ago, just prior to COVID. And Rankin Construction purchased the property. It was subject to an Ontario Municipal Board appeal. The previous owner, this is what they had proposed. Next slide, please. And then in a process in which we worked with the local conservancy and the planning department over a period of about 2.5 years and a complete community engagement, we came up with this scheme, which basically achieves the same density, but it does it in a much more, I would say, respectful manner in terms of the existing fabric of Port Dalhousie. Next slide, please. And as you heard, the precedent for this basically is the Distillery District in Toronto, which is a series of a collection of individual buildings, and the public spaces that are created between those buildings become, I believe, the most important element of this project. So this is a ground floor plan, just to orient you. Lock Street is on the left-hand side of the image. Main Street to the top of the image. The street with no name to the east side, and Lockport to the south. And Hogan's Alley runs, sort of bifurcates the property, runs on a diagonal about 2/3 of the way down. So it starts with the retention of the hotel and the Stanton Grocery, or two buildings that front onto Lock Street, as well as building on the idea of Hogan's Alley coming through the site. We're introducing a series of new mid-block connections, one that runs north-south from Main Street down to Hogan's Alley, one that runs east-west off Lock Street into that new north-south connection, another east-west connection running out to the street with no name, and the creation of two courtyards that open onto Hogan's Alley. In addition, we are introducing commercial uses at grade throughout the project on Lock Street, on Main Street, and on Lockport, as well as on Hogan's Alley. Next slide, please. The property slopes from about 2 stories from west to east. This is an intermediate plan, just coming down, basically Main Street. Next slide, please. And then at the level of Lockport and the street with no name, here you can see the proposed commercial uses as well. In the center of this, in the kind of tan color, is a new 4,500 square foot community use facility that's being granted back to the city. Next slide, please. Yeah, this just shows sort of an upper level plan showing how the buildings are meant to be broken up to create this sense of visual and functional permeability through the site. Next slide, please. Just very quickly, a series of sections just to show how we've attempted to be sensitive to the disposition of density on the site, where this is a section cut east-west looking north from Lock Street. The idea is that most of the new built form that's proposed will not be visible from Lock Street. Next slide. This is another view from Lock Street. And then next slide, please. And also from Lockport. Next slide, please. So this is a view from just a series of renderings, just to give you a sense of the character and sense of mass of the building, of the project. This is a view from Lock Street. This is looking east. Here's the first of those new east-west connections. The hotel that's being proposed to be retained and restored, the Austin House, is on the right-hand side of the image. Next slide, please. Just coming around, it's more of an aerial view, but you're coming around now. You're on Main Street, looking south. This is the next north-south connection that runs from Main Street to Hogan's Alley. Next slide, please. Looking down Lock Street, or sorry, Main Street, you can see that that east-west connection. Next slide, please. Coming into, now you're in that east-west connection, moving south to the first of two courtyards. Next slide, please. This is the first courtyard immediately behind the Austin House Hotel. So you can see that just on the right-hand side of the image. Here we have a series of at-grade townhouses that open out to a courtyard. And the idea is that the Austin House will have ground floor uses that also spill out into this courtyard. Next slide, please. Just a shot of those townhouses. Next slide. Now now we're on Hogan's Alley looking north. So that courtyard viewed from the south looking north, where it then enters out onto Hogan's Alley, where we're proposing new retail uses along Hogan's Alley. Next slide, please. Then looking down Hogan's Alley to the parking lot and to the lake to the south. Next slide, please. The second courtyard, which is to the south of the one I just showed you. This is you're standing in Hogan's Alley now looking into this new proposed courtyard that's lined with townhouses. Next slide, please. Another view of that same courtyard viewed from the north looking south. Next slide, please. Then coming around, now we're back outside the property, coming down Lock Street, Main Street. This is at the northeast corner. Yeah, next slide, please. Now we're at the east end of the site looking west, then east-west connection leading from the east up through the courtyards to the west and to Locke Street. Next slide, final slide. And then finally, on the street with no name, a new 4,500 square foot community service facility, multi-purpose facility. So why we think this is worthy of the funding is, first of all, it's a major redevelopment of a brownfield site. We think it'll have very important public benefits in terms of the heritage retention and reuse of those existing heritage buildings. It will introduce new commercial, primarily retail uses into Port Dalhousie, which really, I think, is in need of additional commercial uses, as well as all the additional housing. It will provide substantial infrastructure upgrades to the community. One of the things that we have to do here is extend the electrical power because there's insufficient electrical capacity in Port Dalhousie at a cost of about $5 million. It has to come from about 3 or 4 kilometers away, working with Electra Energy. And this will, of course, introduce additional capacity, electrical capacity, to the balance of Port Dalhousie. And this is all through private funding. It will introduce, I think, significant public benefits in terms of the development of the public realm, in terms of having great permeability through the site, introducing new courtyards and animated laneways. And finally, the provision, as I said, of a new 4,500 square foot multi-purpose community service facility. Thank you. And I'm available for any questions, as well as Wendy and Jim are in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Clues, and my apologies on COVID. We all know what that
is. This is my second time around.
I sympathize. I'm sure we all do.
Yeah.
Councillor Townsend, questions?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the presenter. Can you expand? You mentioned the electric power. You have to pay $5 million to expand on that. Can you explain that?
Jim, perhaps, who's in attendance, Jim, you might be better positioned to give the more salient details of that extension.
Yeah, sure. So we've been working with Electra for the last about year and a half to determine the power required for the facility. So throughout that process and determining our loading, Electra came back to us and told us they don't actually have the required power in Port Dalhousie to service this building. So in order to bring the power in, we actually have to bring the power from the GM facility on Ontario Street. So we're going to be crossing 12 Mile Creek in the back of the GM facility, coming all the way down Martindale Road, and then all the way down Main Street. So we have to upgrade all of the lines. Right now on Main Street, there's actually a jog where they go on some back roads. We're going to be putting new poles all along Main Street to upgrade the service. So what we're looking at is about 2.5 megawatts for what we need on our site. So that will be able to upgrade the lines. I think they're looking at about 3 to 3.5 to bring into Port Dalhousie, so for future development. So for our portion, there's no one else looking to upgrade at this time, so we'll be borne all that cost.
Thank you. So through you, that's not a very common process that happens?
No, it is not. So it is something that is very unexpected. As we bought this property in 2018, thinking that the due diligence on the electrical would have already been done when they proposed a 170 unit, 17-story tower. But getting into the electrical engineering, we found out that was not the case. They never actually made an application to Electra. So this is something that has obviously caught us off guard and is a big cost to the project that we didn't expect.
And through you, Chair, and I have to ask this question, did you not do the due diligence before buying the property? Is that something that you would be able to kind of investigate on site, or is that something I guess you do later in the process?
Yeah, no, for sure. So Electra won't actually start to work on a project until you have load calculations. So when we purchased this property, we did so through receivership. So it was a quick process. So no, we did not even have a set of plans prepared that we knew what we were going to build. So during due diligence, we would not have had time. In order to do that, you need to get an electrical engineer on board. You have to know number of units, commercial sizing, in order to get your loading calcs. So we haven't really done that until we've finalized a deal with the Conservancy and the city staff. So once that was settled, we moved forward to actually doing the electrical engineering, getting to the design, and that's kind of where the problem arose.
Thank you for that. And through you, Chair, my next question is in regards to the brownfield remediation on that. What would be the estimated cost for this development for the remediation on site?
Yeah, I think it was in the presentation, but it's about $4.2 million.
4.2. Is there any other overhead costs on this project that maybe are like, because I'm also looking at, I guess my concerns here is you look at, there's a lot of moving parts right now. You know, a week and a half ago, the federal government announced the GST rebate. The province then announced on Friday that they would match that. But previous to this, the province had said that they would cut development charges. The cut of development charges on this site, how does that help this project move along? Or does it?
So there's a few items that you mentioned there. So the GST, HST rebate is only for rental properties. So that is not applicable to our development at all because we're doing private condominiums. So that's one portion. And then the DC rebate, so right now, the City of St. Catharines and the Niagara region both are collecting DC charges. They put a freeze on, I believe, increasing those rates, but there is a substantial portion of DCs being paid. The only other rebate program that this project eligible for is a smart growth program through the Niagara region, which is you hopefully get 50% of your DCs back if you meet the program guidelines. So that is something that we will be applying for, but that is not directly in relation to what the government did.
So, sorry, just to confirm, you are paying development charges on this site?
We are.
Okay. I'll ask questions to staff later. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Councillor Townsend asked about the environmental remediation. I'm a little bit surprised at the extent of the cost of that. What accounts for $4.2 million for environmental remediation? If you could just clarify a little bit.
Jim, do you want to take that on?
For sure. So we hired an environmental specialist in GHD, who is the one who did our phase 1, phase 2, and remedial cost estimates for this site. So because the depth of the contamination, we've included some of our shoring costs because of the proximity to the property line. So there is a large amount of soil that needs to be trucked off site. This includes some dewatering, so we're gonna have to dewater because the water table is so high. So we're gonna have some contaminated water that needs to be disposed of as well. That coupled with, obviously, you know how tight the site is, it's gonna be tough to do the work. And then, obviously, as I mentioned, some of the shoring is included because it's so close to the property lines.
Right, and it was on the former route of the first Welland Canal, which may account for it. I think there's also a hydroelectric, the former Port Dalhousie hydroelectric building was there. Is that, do you know what the source of these contaminants are? And did you anticipate it was going to be in this range?
So we did do an environmental screening when we purchased the property, mainly to ensure that there was no groundwater contamination, as that's kind of the most important item to look at during the due diligence stage. As there was no groundwater contamination, when we purchased the property, we felt somewhat confident. We knew there was contaminants. To what extent, we weren't able to do an extensive borehole testing program. So we did expect to have some cleanup. I would say the 4.2 number is a bit larger than expected, but I think that everyone agrees that once you get into brownfield contaminated sites, I think things seem to go over in cost escalation, not under. So on site, there's some PAHs, so there's some fuel, and there's also high metals there as well. So, and because it's so close to a body of water, so because it's close to 12 Mile Creek, there's some enhanced cleanup required for the property where the old Port Mansion was at 12 Lakeport Road.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Clues has extolled the benefits of heritage restoration. There's a lot of people in the community who wouldn't see the overall. I get that you're redoing some of the older buildings, but the overall impact in terms of heritage, the scale and the massing, et cetera, and the fact that you're moving the old jail from its location probably wouldn't meet some people's expectations of actually being good for heritage. Just wonder if you could respond to that. And do we know, lastly, where the jail is? Do we have an agreed upon location where the jail is going to go?
Jim, do you want me to chip in on that?
Yeah.
We went through a very, very extensive public engagement with the local conservancy. And I think on balance, they felt that this was a very good proposition in terms of the retention and reuse of those two heritage buildings. The problem with the jail is it's a very tiny building that would basically preempt any significant redevelopment of the kind of the north east corner of the site where it currently resides. And if we had left it in place, you would have also potentially had this very awkward transition of 6 to 10-story buildings adjacent to the jail. So the idea, with the support of everyone, the Conservancy included, was to relocate it immediately across the street onto the road with no name. Jim, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, not being a heritage expert myself. No.
So it's going into the Lakeside Park parking lot? Is that where it's going?
That's the proposal currently, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that there's a plan to reroute Main Street down through the lower section in front of the park?
Yes, we are aware of that, and that it has not been, as we understand it, the details of that have not been 100% clarified. So it will be subject to whatever the final realignment of that road is in terms of its final siting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions have been answered with the exception of one. You talked about the electrical upgrade, and that would be 2.5 megawatts for your use. What percentage is that of the overall capacity of the upgrade?
So, Peter, I'll take that one if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
So our facility, originally when we were looking at this, we were providing 150 EV parking stalls. So we were actually looking at something in the 4 to 5 megawatt range of capacity. With the new legislation, you're actually allowed to take away the requirement, the loading requirement for EV parking and have it as supplemental. So because we have these stalls that are going to be underground, they basically will only draw power when there's surplus from the building. So we were able to significantly reduce our loading of that. So of the 2.5, we're running about 2.1 right now is what we're looking at for max building capacity for the Locks building.
Okay. Did you say that even though you're not using the full capacity of the upgrade, you'd be required to pay the entire cost? Or did I hear you incorrectly?
No, that is correct. So how it works is there's a cost sharing program through Electra. So if we will pay for the upgrades, and if there's anyone who connects to the new infrastructure over, I'm not sure the period, over the next 10 years, then we will get a rebate back for a portion of the upfront infrastructure costs.
Okay, so the process is very similar to when we put in a new sewer into West St. Catharines, that somebody pays the initial cost, then they get rebates. Is that correct?
It sounds like so, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You didn't mention parking. Ratio to units to parking spaces, what do you plan on that being? All underground?
Doing the standoff here.
Jim, do you want to speak to that, or?
Sure. So we are proposing 260 parking stalls, all underground, for 154 units and the commercial space. I don't know the math off the top of my head. It's in the
That's close enough.
1.4 range, I believe.
Yes. That's great. Okay, good. As far as the Austin House and the grocery store, are you going to use them as a building, or is it just going to be the facade and then you knock everything behind it down?
We're going to involve, it will require extensive internal renovation of both of those buildings. So the idea is to restore them from the exterior obviously keep the floors, specifically in the hotel, and then to renovate the interior for commercial uses. So we have to bring those up to code in terms of exiting requirements and fire separations and so forth. But the intention is to maintain the character of the building. But when you come in, for example, on the ground floor of the hotel, you feel like, yeah, this is fantastic. I'm in an old renovated heritage building, and it has character that you don't often have with contemporary new buildings.
Thank you. And as far as the electrical aspect is concerned, it is strictly right now for your project. It's not going to go, like St. Catharines can't take a part of it and service the residents of Port Dalhousie and pay you for it. Is that possible, or is it needed? How's your electricity, Councillor Garcia? Well, there you go. Sorry.
So I think, Jim, you said it's about 3.5 megawatts that you're bringing in, and we need about 2.5. So there's about my math is correct, and just correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. There's about 1 megawatt of excess capacity that can be shared with the balance of Port Dalhousie.
Okay, so the potential is there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think most of the questions have been asked of the presenters, but we haven't asked about the commercial space. How did you decide how much commercial space? Because we don't seem to have any kind of a shortage of commercial space. As a matter of fact, the Lock and May Marketplace seems to have a hell of a time leasing their units, and we do have the units that Sally McGarr bought on Lakeport Road there that she's restoring, and eventually, and there will be extra commercial there.
Well, that's actually a very, very good question, a very important question. The whole issue of commercial space is a tricky one. No one wants to have empty storefronts at the base of buildings. The intention, I think the collective intention of Rankin is to retain ownership of those commercial spaces. What we've tried to do is strategically locate them within the property, obviously fronting onto Block Street, and on Hogan's Alley, and on the street with no name, not to blanket the entire ground floor of the project, but to try to strategically locate where we think commercial space would be most successful in conjunction with what little commercial space that currently is in downtown Port Dalhousie. The idea for retaining ownership is that I think for that commercial space to be successful, it needs to be curated. So this is something we learned from our client who owns the Distillery District in Toronto, which is that you really have to manage it almost like a shopping center, as opposed to selling that commercial space off to individual investors or shopkeepers, and then not being able to have control in terms of complementary uses. You can also, once you do that as well, you can start to program events that work in conjunction with the outdoor space, for example, at Hogan's Alley. And so I think that will be the key. If the commercial space is to be successful, it has to be curated and carefully managed.
Can we open Councilor Garcia?
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think you mentioned this, but the commercial space, even if you space it around, it would all be at ground level?
That's correct.
Yeah, no, that's very important, because as we all know, retail particularly is not successful unless it's at ground level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, I was just wondering, could you comment on why it's so important to actually get this grant? Or maybe from a financial perspective, either whoever?
Yeah, Jim, I mean, you may want to chip in here. As it's been described to me from Rankin, while Jim's getting ready to speak, the project is very marginal right now. And I think it's a lot of the remediation cost and the upgraded electrical service has really made the project almost not viable. And so it really needs as much help as it can get. And I mean that sincerely and honestly. And it's a very expensive project to construct. What I presented to you at the very beginning of my presentation showing where the original landowner, Fortress Capital, was proposing a very large residential building. It was both hideous and also very efficient and cost-effective to construct. So what we're doing here and what we've kind of forced Rankin into is a series of 6 separate individual buildings, all connected with glass bridges. So what that does is it creates, the advantage of that is it creates a lot of porosity through the site, and it creates a lot of exterior frontage, which is great for the units, but it drives up the cost of the project and drives down the efficiency. And so that, combined with the remediation and the site infrastructure costs, it's making the project very, very difficult for Rankin to really proceed at this time. So this grant is extremely important to allow the project to proceed.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think just to reiterate what Peter said is that we really, really want to get this project across the finish line. And it is such a unique project that will add to the vibrancy of Port Dalhousie, just like the horse and the presentation tomorrow. Like, we're so excited to do this project. But unfortunately, without this BTIF money, it's really a struggle for us. As mentioned by Peter, all the different aspects, we're bringing the 4,500 square feet of community space, the beautiful streetscaping, the geothermal, it's the heritage restoration. Like, we're bringing everything we can for this project, and without this funds, it truly, truly is. I'm not sure that we'll be able to do it, and I say that sincerely. But it's something that we really want to finish. So thanks for the question.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Seeing no other questions of the presenters, thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, I will now call upon Evan McDonald, the applicant for 235 Merritt Street, to present. Mr. McDonald, podium's yours. Nope, you're already turned on.
Okay, well, this is exciting. I get to go after Rankin. No big deal. So basically, I thought it'd be good for me to speak and kind of come from a different perspective. I moved here. My dad was in the military. We kind of lived all over the place. The longest I ever lived anywhere was 5 years. I moved to Ottawa and finished out high school there, and then had a couple choices of where to go for university. And I was wrestling with dreams of being on the national team, so Brock made a lot of sense. So I came here in 2019, attended Brock University, wrestled on the national team. I competed for Canada at Pan Am Games, Commonwealth Games, World Championships, the Olympic Games, and was pretty consistent, top 10 in the world. Have a lot of pride in both Canada and, Niagara's become my home. So I had full intentions of moving back to Ottawa, fell in love with Niagara, never left. It's the longest I've ever lived anywhere, and I do actually love this city. While wrestling, I had to find things to do to stay busy, where I could fit my schedule. I'd be in Europe for a couple months and then back in Canada. And so I really started to fall in love with real estate, where we could buy old rundown buildings, put a bunch of work into them, and then, rent them out. Typically, I filled them with wrestlers. It was easy. Had that position on the wrestling team where I could say, hey, you're living over here, no choices. So it made it easy on me. But as the business grew, we started doing, duplex, triplex, fourplex, and then 10-unit buildings. And then now, I've always seen this site because my office is just up the street. So I just watched it be this eyesore. When I first moved to Niagara, the downtown core was really rough. It reminded me of a scene out of like Oliver Twist. And then you look at what it's become because somebody had a vision and took a risk. And then with the rest of this area, you look at, Johnny Rocco's, the old stone mill, the keg. The keg is one of the most beautiful buildings, I think, in Niagara, and it was a beneficiary of this program. So I thought it'd be a great idea to take a big risk, buy a property like this, and really step up our game and try and rejuvenate something huge, kind of the last piece of this corner that really needs some attention. So as we got into it, obviously, I kind of dove in early. I didn't fully understand the risks of remediation and stuff like that. So we got into this project. I bought half of it, And as we progressed, we needed more for the density. And then when we really got into it and found out what the costs were for the environmental, that's when I found out about these programs. I didn't even know about these programs before we started. I talked to the developer who did the keg and Johnny Rocco's, and he said that it made a big difference for them as well because they had high costs. So I started looking into that. Our remediation cost on this is about $2.5 million. So it is huge. And projects like this, I think like 3 years ago when I started buying the land, it made a lot of sense. We were looking at it, condos are the future, the cost of housing is going up and up, interest rates are low, the numbers look really good. Today, the numbers really don't look that good at all. And then when you listen to a company like Rankin saying that, this is essential to get this project across the finish line, it's the exact same here. We do have some requirements from the city, upgrading sidewalks, a lot of the infrastructure has to be redone. It's not a very simple project. And so these programs do make a huge difference, and it's become pretty close to a necessity for this project to make sense.
All right, thank you, Mr. McDonald. I will say, military brat who was forced to spend time in Ottawa, you had me there right up until you started going through your athletic resume, and I realized I had nothing on you whatsoever, not even close, but you definitely had me with the first part of the story. I will look to Councillor Townsend for questions at this time.
Thank you for your presentation today. I appreciate you coming in and answering questions. Through you, Chair, to the presenter, there's been a lot of moving parts in the last 10 days with the federal government announcements, the provincial announcements as well. Your building is going to have rentals on it. Are you fully aware that like the 10% GST rebate? I know the Feds announced 5% GST rebate in full. Friday, the Premier committed that they're going to match it on the provincial side of things. How does that impact your project? Does that help this get off the ground?
No. I've done projects like this before with the rental side of things. The HST side of it doesn't really come into play until the end of the project. The bulk of it's a write-off anyways. So although I think it sounds really good, doesn't make a huge difference. And then the bulk of this project is condo as well, so we won't qualify for most of it. One thing too with this project is that, when I was wrestling, I lived across the street from the old fire hall downtown St. Catharines, and I was broke, right? Like I didn't have help from family or anything else. Always struggled. I had to make the choices between $5 in my gas tank and then having $10 left over for dinner and then get to wrestling practice and just kind of find a way to make it work. So it was really important to me in this project that I hit a lot of key elements. And it wasn't just for grants like this. So I wanted to have a low-income housing section of it. I wanted to have a portion of it that was for, smaller units that were affordable. So we're getting underneath that $500,000 mark. And then the kind of like the penthouse style stuff will still be well below what you're seeing the average condo go for in the Niagara region. So we really went out of our way to make it kind of an affordable site. And I think that it's also essential for where it is. The site's walking distance to absolutely everything. So that was kind of our goal and focus on this whole project, for it to make sense kind of from my past, looking at the stages I went through life. This site should actually meet kind of all those stages where young people can go there, people that need help that are going to get in for that 80% of market rent, and then the people that can afford, a nice place that are looking to downsize, maybe like the Riverview, Martindale kind of people that want to be in South End, St. Catharines. It's the perfect fit to sell their home, have some good equity, retire, and live in a place like this that's walking distance to everything.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, my next question is, how soon until you get shovels in the ground and this project actually starts being built?
Well, I guess it depends on you guys. Just joking. But it does, right? So we still don't have our full site plan approval. One of the things with this program is this money is essential, so we have to get this accepted before we can go through our site plan approval and then go to actually doing the remediation. Then we get our record of site condition, then we can build, right? So it's this is kind of the first step, right? So we get approval for this, and then we get to plow forward knowing that the project is viable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I'm not that familiar with the site. What is the source of the contamination?
So there used to be factories there, I'm told. So there's some old buildings that used to be there.
What?
Factories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't fully understand what it is, but from what I've been told, what they would do, I think it's smelting, but they would, when they were done with whatever products they were using, they would just level off the parking lot with it. And it comes out this really like black, and it's unbelievable because when you dig the site, the top layer is dirt, and then you hit this black layer that's just like as black as this table, and immediately you can't mistake it. It's like an Oreo cookie on the entire property. So over the 50 or 100 years or so that the factories were operational, they just took their toxic waste and leveled off the parking lot, and I guess it wasn't very dusty, but didn't make a lot of sense for the future.
Thank you. And I want to ask staff some questions about this later, but how did you arrive at the cost estimate of what it would cost to remediate this?
We had Halix Environmental just basically do an assessment. Obviously, I was hoping the number would be lower, but that's what they came in at. They said that's what it's cost. They just do a calculation based on excavating, trucking, and the cost to dump it at the dump, and that's the number they came up with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I'm interested in the core housing aspect. So it says 20% of the dwellings will be affordable rental dwelling units. How will those be managed on the site when they come online?
Well, there's going to be, like, obviously the commercial aspect, the residential rental aspect, and then the condo aspect. And the goal is to kind of mix them all within one element.
Okay.
Just so there's a good flow, so it's not like there's like segregated housing within the site. So that's our goal, is just to kind of mix it all in really well. And the design that we have is pretty well laid out, where everything flows, I think, well. Like, you touched on how much commercial we already have that's not rented. I think someone touched on that earlier. We have to do all commercial on the main floor for this project. It's part of the zoning. So I think we've done a good job of kind of making the mix make sense, and then adding amenities within the main building so that everything's in one building. So everybody will have access to the same amenities: the gym, the pool, courtyards. There's a significant amount of landscaping. And then also, obviously, this property is situated in a spot that has all the trails and stuff like that right off Bessie Street. So I just think that we did a really good job of making it inclusive.
One of the issues, I mean, we're certainly, any rental units are good in St. Catharines right now, especially affordable ones. But obviously, for any more recently built rental units, the problem is keeping them affordable. So how do you plan on doing that? Because sometimes these rent out and they're affordable for the first tenant, and then by the time the second or third tenant gets there, they've reached rental rates which aren't affordable anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how. I just assumed that it was more heavily regulated. I didn't know that was a possibility, that you could be affordable housing for the first year and not the year after. I just assumed that there was a regulation body in place that made it be that. But our goal is to be that, even with the sales of the units. Like, we're trying to come up with some creative financing ways. Like, we're in the real estate world as well. So we have a couple of real estate offices, and my wife basically runs those. So I see it every day, like the young people that can't afford to get into the market, and even people that are getting their mortgages renewed right now. The amount of phone calls that we get, people, their mortgage went from $3,500 to $7,000, and they have to sell. Right? It's pretty terrible. So I definitely have seen enough of it where I think that there are some creative ways that we can get people into these units. So I'm pretty excited about it, and I think that for the most part, it won't just be affordable on the rental side. I think that we're going to make it possible for people to get into the ownership side as well. We've even looked at legally coming up with a solution where people can rent units on a rent-to-own process, where they'll rent for a year and kind of get their credit through that process, and then be able to transfer what they've paid in rent into getting into ownership. So we've kind of played around with those ideas, because one of the tough parts about selling condos right now is that people can't qualify for them either, right? So it's one thing to build 200 condo units, and another thing to sell them right now. So you got to come up with solutions for that as well.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. McDonald, for your presentation this evening. I will now call upon Carly Forrester, the applicant for 180 Queenston Street, to present, and Carly will be presenting by Zoom. Ms. Forrester?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone giving me the time this evening to present our application for 180 Queenston Street in St. Catharines. Next slide. So I work for Kindred Works, a development company that's an independent company working with different groups across Canada, including the United Church of Canada. And specifically today, we're talking about the 180 Queenston Street site, which is home to the Westminster United Church. Outlined on the screen, you'll see the subject property outlined in red. The hospital is still outlined on Google Earth. Obviously, we all know that's no longer there. Google hasn't updated their imagery. And it's just south of Queenston Street and north of Valley View, Valley View Road here. Next slide, please. Looking at the church, as outlined by Alina earlier, the property is currently home to Westminster United Church, shown on the image on the right, as well as a gymnasium addition on the back of the church, as well as surface parking. Next slide, please. I won't go too much into this, as I know staff already outlined a lot of this, but the property is within the Queenston Priority Neighborhood, as well as a local intensification area as outlined in brown. We're looking to enter into the CAP program through a number of requirements. The proposal is for 39 purpose-built rental units, of which 13 of them are targeted to be available at a below market rate, in line or at or below the rental rates outlined in the CIP affordable housing dwelling unit rates, as outlined in the program. And then we have a few other sustainability features that are available on the site, including EV chargers for cars, drought-tolerant plants. Our building design, we're looking to build with sustainable materials and durable materials to help keep the envelope of the building a little bit better, which will help reduce the energy usage by the tenants. But it started way back at the beginning, just on the whole site design, looking at how to maximize the natural environment, whether that be daylighting or the wind environment as well, to increase ventilation for the site. So sustainability has been at the core of this project since beginning. And then building with, like I said, durable materials, but also materials with a lower embodied carbon count. We also are proposing a few community improvement areas. Firstly, obviously the church will be retained, and the congregation will be continuing to use that space as a community space, as they have done so in the past and will continue to do so in the future. And Paul Miller, who's speaking after me, will speak to some of those things. As well as a new community garden on the site, some green spaces, and some street trees along Valley View. Next slide, please. So just looking at some of the renderings that we have here on the site, this is one of the 2 blocks that we're proposing for the rental units. We'll notice that they're all 3 stories with 1 unit per floor, with the ground unit being made available that is totally at grade, and we're designing it to be accessible to meet the accessibility targets of CMHC through their co-investment program currently. So again, of the 39 units, we're targeting 13 to be affordable, but also 13 of them to be accessible too. Next slide. And here's just another view of some of the units. We have on the 3rd floor some balconies to allow for additional outdoor space for units that maybe are not as accessible from grade, though they will have their own front door, as every unit will have its own front door as part of this project. And then some of the vehicular spaces here that shows the different kinds of materials that we're looking for on the ground, whether that be the permeable pavers on the walkways, and we're exploring that on the drive aisles as well. But as much green space and landscaping as we can, featuring natural drought-tolerant plants. Last slide, please. Thanks. And just looking at the view from Valley View, this is actually, it's outlined in the staff report very well, but we have the view that's currently there, which shows just an empty parking lot and some plants coming up between the cracks in the asphalt to hopefully what will be an improvement on the current streetscape. And as we go in the future, and Valley View has that an extension done and the hospital's redeveloped, a really lovely area to be living in. And I know this question will probably come up, so I might just outline it now, but this program is particularly important to our project. As I've noted, it's only 39 units, 13 of them are affordable. As everyone here is, I'm sure, is aware, project costs are only increasing, interest rates are only increasing. Every little bit of funding and financing really helps these programs and these projects get across the finish line. But irrespective of the financing contribution, we're looking to invest these programs through CMHC programs, this one specifically through the co-investment program that requires multiple levels of government to buy into a project and to show some level of support. So the money is obviously super helpful to the bottom line of this project, but just the sheer partnership that would be had through this helps push this project forward as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Forrester. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the presenter, same question I've asked to the other two applicants. The GST rebate that I know everything, again, is moving very quickly. In the last 10 days, the federal government announced 5%. The province committed on Friday the 5%. DC charges have been cut through the province. How does that impact your project?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you. That's a very good question. As I know a few of the other speakers this evening have commented, it does help this project, definitely. I will say it's kind of offset by the also increasing interest rates along with that. So right now we're running those to see the overall impact and how that will help our project even further. But before those announcements were made, this project was on that border of not financially viable per the stress test rates of CMHC. So it kind of just helped make it viable, not extra viable, if you will.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. I mean, everything, again, has happened very quickly,
Yeah.
But I appreciate you answering that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Similar question to the question that Councillor Miller asked the previous presenter, but can you just explain the relationship you have to the owner and then how will the building be managed moving forward after the project is complete?
Absolutely. Through the chair, thank you for that question. So as I kind of alluded to earlier, but Kindred Works is an independent company that works with nonprofit groups such as the United Church of Canada to understand the real estate value that their properties have. On the Westminster United Church site specifically, we've been working hand in hand with the church for, I want to say, a year and a half, almost 2 years on this proposal and on this vision of how to bring forward housing on the property. In terms of long-term management, Kindred Works would manage the property, the rental, and the church building long-term, but the Westminster United Church would retain ownership of the property and it would be held in a trust similar to how it is now. So the church would remain on site as it is, and Kindred Works would just help with the property management of the buildings.
That's helpful. And then just to follow up, so Kindred Works is not-for-profit, or is it a church? And what would be its mandate in terms of like when they approach a project? You know, we kind of know the mandate of an investor or developer ultimately to make money, but with Kindred Works, do they approach the project differently?
Yeah, thank you again for the question. So Kindred Works is not a not-for-profit. We work with nonprofits to help understand their value. We are not a not-for-profit company, but when we approach a project or a property, we have our first mandate and our first goal is to provide housing on those sites. We were originally started with an agreement through CMHC, through the Innovation Fund a number of years ago, to provide 5,000 affordable units, rental or ownership. We're focused on rental, but 5,000 affordable units across Canada. So it's in 2037 is the end of our goal. So 14 more years, and that's a lot of units. So our first goal is to provide housing and mixed income housing. And then our second goal is to work on that sustainability front and trying to bring these public buildings and churches and things like that maybe have been an aging volunteer base or a shrinking volunteer base that were also neglected maybe through COVID, trying to bring those back into the public and bring them to areas where more than just one group of people can congregate.
Excellent. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thank you for the presentation. First of all, let me say that it's admirable that this is, I think, the first project we've had for CIP approval that actually has a significant affordable housing component. We're supposed to be focusing on affordable housing, and we haven't seen any such thing before. So 33% is great. I just wanted to ask you, how did you decide on 33%, and could you make it 40 or 50?
Through the chair, yeah, excellent question. So we originally start with, through some of the CMHC programs, they typically say around 30 to 40% of the units. So we stuck with 1/3 of the units, and we try to balance that out with what meets the financial viability and the stress tests that are outlined by CMHC. So we're always kind of messing and fiddling around with the pro forma to try to maximize the number of affordable units on a site. I will say it's hard to increase it past that as the funding through the CMHC programs has changed over the last year. It's no longer, it's less of a per door number and more of a project cost. So the number of affordable units doesn't really help move the needle in a viability way. So, but we're happy to explore increasing the number of units with the city and the region as well, should that be something that is open to, for sure.
Can we open Councillor Garcia's mic?
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you for that answer. And I think you've heard the questions before about how will you manage this and so on. But based on the report from staff, you are aware that if this were approved, that they are going to ask you to sign an agreement with the city regarding the affordable rental units, right?
Yeah, we are aware of that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Although for clarity, and I just want to make sure that everyone's aware, Mr. McDonald did come up and present, and his does include 20% affordable. So that was a part of his. So 33% for Kindred Spirits, but 20% for the preceding application on Merritt Street. Oh, yes, and I assume that was what you meant. I just want to make sure we were all clear that we received 2 presentations tonight with the affordable housing component. At this time, sorry, thank you, Ms. Forrester. Oh, wait, I do have one in the midst there. Councillor Stevens snuck in under the line, so I'll get Councillor Stevens to ask some questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one question. So the church is retaining ownership of the property, is that correct?
Through the chair, the church will be the beneficial owner of the property. That's correct.
So now the churches now are exempt from property taxes, like with the numbers on the on the numbers you gave earlier. So, but there will be property taxes on the property once, because it's housing units now. Is that how we get tax dollars then back? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted that for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no other questions, Ms. Forrester, thank you very much for your presentation this evening.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I will now call upon Paul Miller to present. Mr. Miller? And the lectern is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco and Council, for giving us time on your busy agenda. I'm Reverend Paul Miller. I'm the minister at Westminster United Church, and I'm joined by Jerome Cadera, a member of our church board, who's here with me tonight as well. So you heard Carly Forrester describe the partnership between Westminster and Kindred Works to provide 39 units of rental housing on the church's property, and I want to tell you why this matters to Westminster. Westminster United Church has been a deeply rooted presence in the Queenston neighborhood for almost 147 years. And Queenston is a neighborhood that has been home to generations of working families, the kind of families that we hope will occupy our units. In the 1950s, the church responded to the need for publicly available recreation space by building a large gymnasium that was used extensively, not just for church programs, but by the community itself. For the last 5 winters, the gymnasium has found a new purpose as the location for the emergency overnight shelter for those who don't have a place to stay during the cold winter months. Times have changed, and apart from the shelter, the gym is little used. It's a big kind of barn that is hard on the utility bills. And so we have a new opportunity to, I think, make a real difference in this community by using the land on which the gym currently stands, plus our extensive parking lot to provide much-needed housing. You'll all know that the Queenston neighborhood has fallen on hard times in recent years and faces a number of significant challenges, especially since the closure of the St. Catharines General Hospital in 2013, and not the least of these challenges, the need for safe, affordable, but also secure housing for its residents. So we're confident that our project will contribute to the renewal of this historic neighborhood. As Carly explained, it will be retained, the ownership will be retained by the church, and the values reflected in that are that our priority is to provide safe, affordable, and secure housing. The support of the city through the Community Improvement Plan will make an enormous difference, not only to the project, but to those who stand to benefit from it. It will be an example, I think, of how the charitable sector and the public sector can partner together to make our city better. So we hope that we can count on you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If there's any questions?
Any questions? I have Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Reverend Miller. I just wanted to not really have a question, but through the mayor to you, I wanted to thank you and your church for everything you've done for the Queenston neighborhood. I don't know if everyone is aware of how hard Reverend Miller and his congregation work to helping out the Queenston Street neighborhood and the people that are there as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell.
See, now, if this was the region, then the chair would say, Counselor, that has to be a question. And at that point, exactly, you'd turn on your mic, Counselor, okay, I'm going to open it up, and you'd say, Reverend, don't you agree?
Or, Reverend, will you still have parking for your congregation?
Yes, that's where the gym's coming down.
Wonderful. So we're now abiding by the rules.
The gym will be parking.
I don't know if we'll applaud that particular piece, but I understand why. All right, are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Reverend Miller, for your presentation. So at this time, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. So Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips. The motion will be that Council receive the delegations from Peter Clues, Evan McDonald, Carly Forrester, and Paul Miller regarding 16 Locke Street, 235 Merritt Street, and 180 Queenston Street, tax incentive applications considered under the 2020 Community Improvement Plan, June 2023 intake. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So at this time, we have 3 pieces to the recommendation. Any councillor can ask to split the recommendation, and so I will be splitting the recommendation and asking that we deal with them in their entirety in individual chunks. So at this time, we are going to deal with the first vote, which is up on the screen, and we're going to break this into 3 separate votes. The first one, we are only going to be speaking to the application at 16 Locke Street. Okay? So that's the first one. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Harris, can I have a seconder? Councillor McPherson. So this is what we are dealing with at this time. We're going to need a mover and a seconder individually for all 3. I just want to make sure everybody is under the same understanding. So we are only at this time dealing with 16 Locke Street. Councillor Miller, did you have a... You're going to be allowed to speak 3 different times, yes. But I'm going to ask that all comments be restricted to the one that we're dealing with. I recognize that this may make things take a little bit longer, but I want to make sure that we are all speaking very specifically to the individual votes, okay? So at this time, we have the first one on the screen. Those who would like to speak to it can go ahead and do that. I have Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'm wondering if staff can kind of jump in on this, the electrical, the $5 million, and I guess the costs on this project. And I guess my understanding was on a lot of these projects that the municipality and I guess the province kind of has a role here to work on, I guess, servicing sites. I'm wondering if maybe staff can, kind of alleviate a little bit more on this.
I'll look to Mr. Martuccio because he appears to have drawn the short straw.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, servicing, I can only speak from our experience when it comes to electrical servicing for sites, but any modifications to Electra's infrastructure, especially when they're upgrading it to the capacities that they mentioned, are generally quite costly in nature, and the costs that they presented are reflective of some of the costs that we've experienced on some of our projects as well.
Thank you. I guess through the chair, why is the builder on the hook for providing hydro to a site that is going to be in the city of St. Catharines? And the reason I ask that is because when I've never had this where council has dealt with a $5 million electrical setup on a site where a builder has come, like even in some of the downtown developments. Why, I'm just trying to get understanding on this.
And I think maybe an important additional piece to that would be, have we dealt with this before? Because I will admit, this seems relatively novel to me as well, that there would be that much of an increased need for capacity. So addendum to Councillor Townsend, because I think that's kind of what he's asking. Have we done this before? Has this happened?
And again, how old is the infrastructure in Port Dalhousie? And does, beyond this site, do we need to invest more, I guess, more to the Port Dalhousie councillors? Has this been an issue in Port Dalhousie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you're asking staff to comment on something that should be redirected to Electra to comment on, but I can tell you that probably fairly similar to what the city has to deal with, Electra would have provided service to the area based on the needs of the day, and with the increased densities and increased cost or increased building that you're seeing in the area, the capacities that they brought into that area aren't reflective of when the services were originally installed. Therefore, if someone wants to build, they would have to bear some of the costs to bring the upgraded services into the area to support their development. It's a fairly universal type practice that you see through many utility companies.
Thank you for that to the director. I know that was a tough question to answer, but my point is it's not very common that a $5 million electrical setup is attached to the developer on sites like this. My next question is in regards to development charges. I was under the understanding that the province has waived development charges on new developments. I'm wondering if maybe the CAO or one of the directors can maybe comment and just provide some understanding, because I know the applicant did say that there are DCs being paid for on the site.
Ms. Kate?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, the provincial government has suggested that DCs will be reduced or waived for affordable or attainable housing developments. Attainable has not yet been defined by the province, and no matter how it's defined, it's not likely that the Lock Street project would qualify. So under the city's development charge bylaw, they would be expected to pay city development charges.
Okay, thank you for that. And in regards to the federal announcement 10 days ago and the provincial commitment on Friday, there seems to be some ambiguous information, I would say, where it's understood that it's only applicable, the GST rebate, to rentals. However, when you look at some of the new legislation that is, or the legislation that is being, I guess, put forward, it looks like if I were to buy a new condo, that I could get 10% back in rebate, or the developer could get 10% back. And I know this has just come out. I don't expect staff to have an expert answer on this. I'm just wondering if maybe staff can provide some context on the GST rebate from the feds in the province that just came out.
Through the mayor to the councillor, our understanding of the federal GST rebate program is that it is applicable to the builder for newly constructed or substantially renovated residential complexes for purpose-built rental.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Any other speakers? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have to staff is that in the past, when we've had developers come arguing for the CIP, they make the argument that the project would not go ahead unless they get CIP. So what they're saying is that the project is somewhat marginal. And my question is there any mechanism to monitor the financial results of the investment? And if it is profitable, for us to recoup the incentive grant with interest. So that way we would be sharing the risk, but at the same time, we would be sharing any positive return that comes from it.
Ms. Katay.
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, that's not permitted under the Planning Act. This community improvement plan has been approved by council with bylaw that sets out the eligibility criteria, and that's not included in that. We would have no way to monitor that or report back, and we can't rescind funds once we've remitted them in accordance with the agreements.
So the project could be very profitable, and we have no recourse to sharing that profit. Is that a proper summary?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. First of all, through you, the planning department, back to the remediation. I was surprised to see the remediation costs on this project. To the best of my knowledge, there have never been any industrial uses in that area. How do you verify the estimates of remediation costs that the applicant submits? Or it's just whatever they tell you?
Through the mayor to the councillor, cost estimates are submitted by a QP, qualified person. It's a specific designation under the Environmental Protection Act and a specific license. It's under their power that they authorize or authenticate the cost estimates.
Thank you. And those experts are hired by the applicant, though?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. But upon completion of the project, actual cost estimates are verified with receipts and proof of cost.
Thank you. And have you had occasion where the cost estimates have been way overblown and then you do something about it at the end, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if there's a case where they're in contravention of their signed and executed agreement, then payment would not be released.
Okay. Okay. My second question, Mr. Mayor, is, and I don't believe we have the heritage planner here, but we're talking about heritage restoration. I wanted to ask a question about how much restoration in the staff's view is being done to the Lakeside Hotel and the old post office. And also, I can certainly, without asking the planner, state, which is something Councilor Williamson brought up, that heritage policy is totally against moving a building from its historical location. That significantly diminishes its heritage value. But having said that, what about the other two buildings? What is being done to them that you can share with us?
Through the mayor to the councillor, you are right. Typically, designated structures or heritage structures are preferred to remain in situ. However, during this process of settlement negotiations between the three parties, being the city, the Conservancy, and the new landowners being Rankin, heritage preservation was one of our core principles through this settlement discussion, as was maintaining the Port Dalhousie commercial core policies and upholding the Heritage Conservation District policies as well. So these were very much integral to our settlement negotiations and the design work that we did with Peter Kloos. When considering the relocation of a heritage structure, its context is extraordinarily important. And I agree, typically we don't want to move them. However, in this case, it was agreed to move to the new proposed location, which for all of council's benefit, if you're standing on the Lock 1 stairs looking at the north wall, you will see a rectangular cutout that signifies the original Canal 1 entranceway towards the lake, and that's where it will be situated, is along the original Canal 1 delineation. Speaking to that heritage, it will be in the agreement, in the settlement agreement, they do have to move it in accordance with a heritage architect's assessment, and the place will have to be electrified and climate controlled, so when it's turned over to the city as our asset, it will be turnkey ready. For the Austin House, we've heard from Peter Kloos today that it's expected to be modernized to today's Ontario Building Code on the inside for commercial uses, which are yet to be determined at this time. And the Stanton Grocery will also be renovated to today's Ontario Building Code standards for retail commercial uses, which again implement council's policies on the downtown core, the commercial core designation of Port Dalhousie.
Thank you for that, Director. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Martuscio, back to the question about that electrical supply. First of all, does it seem very unusual to you that they're saying they would have to get power from the GM site, like all the way over there? Is there no other source closer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't comment on where their sources for electrical come from, but I do know that they're, depending on the amount of power that's required, that might be a location that they have to draw it from. It really depends on how much power for whatever they're looking for whatever the developer's looking for, where they can draw that type of power from. So it's really, I can't answer that question, I'm sorry. But it doesn't seem doesn't seem unrealistic to me.
Yeah, thank you for that. I must say I'm shocked. I would have thought that the developer would have looked at this very carefully before buying the property, doing their due diligence. But anyway, Mr. Mayor, I just want to share that I totally agree that this is a very worthwhile project, and our commercial core has long been waiting for the area to be redeveloped. So I certainly support the project and want it to proceed. And I applaud and thank Rankin Construction for their project. And I certainly don't object to their applying for CIP. The program is there, and they would be remiss if they didn't apply. However, the project is for luxury condos in one of the most desirable, if not the most desirable location left in the city, with zero affordable housing. And we keep saying that if we're going to subsidize anything, it should be for affordable housing. And we have two other proposals that at least include some. In my opinion, I want the project to be built, but I believe it can definitely be built without $7 million of taxpayers' subsidies. And I say 7 because they're asking for 3.5 from the city, but of course the region would double that, so it's 7 million, and our taxpayers pay a lot of that extra 3.5 as well. So in summary, I very much would like the project to proceed, but I certainly can't support our taxpayers subsidizing it, especially when they were just hit with a 10.5% tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson. Can we open up Councillor Williamson's
Yeah,
mic?
good.
Thank you.
The question of the cost of the extending the, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Kite. The electrical service issue, is that one that's actually a consideration under the CIP program?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, it's not. It was a response to the financial challenges that the applicant is facing on the site that differ from typical development costs.
Thank you. And then I guess some of the need for the extra electricity is commendable, as having a geothermal and the EV chargers. Do we know if there are programs through the federal government or other sources where they may be able to get funding for those features in new builds?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of any additional programs at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just a question and then some comments. So through you to staff, planning staff, probably. Questions come up in regards to how do these projects maintain their affordable housing? This one here doesn't have it, but what if this project has to change midway through and it can't do the geothermal, and so then the evaluation would, or the numbers would change, and maybe it wouldn't be hit the 50%, the 50-point threshold. How does the city, what are the safeguards for the city when those types of changes occur in a project?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if this project were to be approved tonight based on the deliverables that were committed to in their application and based on the scoring that the project received, if there were later to be a change in that in any meaningful way, the applicant would need to come back to council with the new application to reconsider the changes that they're proposing to make. So the approval would be based on the package of deliverables, sorry, excuse me, that is being submitted tonight.
That's helpful. This question relates to the next vote, but I'm going to ask it because it just piggybacks on that. Like, so for the affordable aspect of the developments.
I'm going to ask you to hold those comments until we get to.
It just works really well with that question.
I understand, but we don't want to mix and match issues.
All right, so then my comments just are, I think this has to be said when we're talking about brownfield remediation, but it's of my opinion that those who pollute the site should be the ones that are paying for it. And we unfortunately don't have any laws. The province doesn't allow us to do that, or have any, there aren't any tools that allow us to do that like they have in other places like the States, and the CIP is the tool that the provincial government has given to municipalities to address brownfields, like the one that's here and the next one. But I think that needs to be stated because we need to maybe advocate at AMO for those types of rules, because the polluters should pay for how they pollute our city. The second two things I just wanted to point out was, so the CIP in this case is encouraging heritage preservation. And, in Port, we saw some buildings come down. And we can, of course, if those buildings came down illegally, we can penalize people for doing that, and they should be penalized. But it doesn't change the fact that those buildings came down. You can't get that heritage back. And so an incentive hopefully preserves that heritage before it's gone. And so here we have a number of buildings that are going to be preserved. And I've heard from a number of residents who just want to see something happen in Port Dalhousie, and this is one of the better proposals we've seen in a long, long time. The final thing that I want to say about this just has to do with the incentive to bring more units and how that benefits the city over the long term. So when we build more units, it increases the tax base, allowing us to have a more financially sustainable city. It's more environmentally friendly because it lowers emissions, and it builds more units for future generations. We have a hard urban boundary. We don't want to expand into the Greenbelt, And if we want to build more units for our kids and we don't want to expand into the Greenbelt, we need to find ways to gently densify our communities. And the plus of that is we have a larger tax base, and so our taxes our city is more sustainable over the long term. And so that's what we're incentivizing with this CIP, brownfield, heritage preservation, and a larger tax base that's actually sustainable. It's not urban sprawl, and it can pay for itself over the long term. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess one of the comments I would like to make was, the pre-development taxes is like $50,873, which the post-development estimate is $489,000. So that's almost 10 times the increase. So, for having empty lots, and we've talked about this before, $50,000, or now we're going to get almost 500, 10 times the amount of tax base back to you. There's our money back, because one of the other councilors mentioned that if the developer made more money on a project, could we get some more money back? Can't see that any other businesses. If I borrowed money from you and my business was very successful, I'm going to give you extra money back over and above what we agreed to. So that was kind of a weird statement to ask for. And then I believe that tax base also doesn't include all the commercial base taxes. That would be an extra on the bottom as well, or is that included in that tax base?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. That includes the commercial, both the commercial and the residential taxes.
But anyway, so that's nice. So it's a 10% increase and a very good use of the land. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris. Okay, sorry, I'm not quite sure what happened there, Councillor Harris.
That's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, can you just give us a little synopsis of what exactly occurred? Like, how did we come to the design, and who was involved in all the meetings, and how long it took, and how did we come to the agreement, and how did we arrive at 4,500 square feet that's going to be given to the city?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. It started in 2018 when Rankin purchased the property. We were dealing with a defunct ownership and a previous approval for a port tower building that had a certain height and a certain amount of density in it that nobody was really generally happy with. There were still a bunch of open board hearings and board appeals that came with that purchase. And the city sat down with the new property owners and suggested that it would be a much better use of money than rather to fight out at the Ontario Municipal Board, to actually sit down with the three parties, being the city, the Conservancy, and the ownership, and come to a development proposal that could be supported by all. It was much more preferable to see money that would have been spent at the board on basically lawyers. It would be much better to see it on the ground benefiting the community. Our initial discussions were all based on a premise of confidentiality, honesty, and I would say combined principles. And we all discussed that in our first meeting, what our core principles were that needed to be achieved on this. And like I mentioned earlier, that revolved mainly around heritage preservation, public access, mixed use and commercial development, and quite honestly, a lower height. There were restrictions on, not necessarily restrictions, but there was an overall agreement about keeping the unit count at what was previously allowed in the tower to be spread out differently amongst the site. We worked with the architect, who did a phenomenal job of listening to all the parties around the table to understand what the core principles were and what we were looking for. And really, along a couple of years, we designed the site all together with Peter's leadership and skills, but he took what we were saying to him and designed as we went. So it was a truly collaborative experience to get where we were. Unfortunately, COVID did drown that out. We initially started our sessions in person, and then of course we had a delay and then had to move towards online, which is much more difficult when you're navigating with a 30-person settlement. But ultimately, we got to a design that all three parties could support. and we went to the tribunal with that settlement. And rather than having to go through months of evidence and cross-examination, we were able to go and have a session on we're here in solidarity supporting the settlement. And of course, we did take this to the previous council for direction on that.
You would say it was a successful process?
Absolutely.
Perfect. My next question is, when meeting with the applicant, was it discussed, the CIP program, and encouraged to apply?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, it wasn't. It was not a discussion that was through the settlement.
No, and after, when they started to approach the city about what they're going to be doing and all that kind of stuff? No?
I don't recall conversations around the CIP, no.
Okay, perfect. My next question, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Engineering. Can you comment on how difficult it actually is to build there on the slope and put underground parking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the site is got high water table due to its proximity to the lake, and building anything on that site is going to be extremely challenging and labor intensive. Just keeping the site dewatered is probably going to be a challenge. So there's quite a few challenges that I think the developer will be facing in trying to build what they're building. And there's, as well as you mentioned, there's quite a grade from Lock Street to Lakeside Park that they're also going to have to be dealing with when building the underground parking structure.
Perfect. And my next question is, I guess, in your opinion, is it beneficial that the applicant's bringing more power to Port Dalhousie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what the proposed developments for Port Dalhousie are going into the future, but bringing more power to the area is definitely a benefit that would probably spur on other types of developments being built in the Port Dalhousie area.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In dealing with the conservancy in Port, I'm assuming that was met often and everything was agreed with over time?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the conservancy and the city and the applicants were met together every single time we had a design charrette. And when the settlement went to the Ontario Land Tribunal for endorsement of that settlement, the conservancy was also in agreement with the proposal that you've seen tonight.
Okay, thank you. I'll be honest, Mr. Mayor, today and on the weekend when I was reading this, I thought, I don't know if I can support this because of, in the end, units being at a price less than what they would normally be for people who might be able to afford it. But coming tonight and hearing about the electrical situation where they're going to be paying a tremendous amount of money to just get electricity there and not, I'll be honest, I didn't think we were going to have development charges being applied to them by the city because I thought that had gone away by the province, and now I hear that we're going to get development charges. Not aware of whether we are going to be able to, or whether the GST or whatever tax it decrease from the feds and the province was going to apply to them. If it was, that was going to change my opinion. Looking at it and hearing what Ms. Wing and the other people have said, I can see where it's going to be a tight profit margin. And plus, if there's one thing I can say, if there's one thing that's very important, is we can trust Tom Rankin. He has built a lot of good stuff in St. Catharines, and I think of working with him at the Meridian Center, and I can still say if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have the Meridian Center that we have. So I have changed my mind. I'm going to support this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Now, Councillor Townsend, you have spoken once, so if this is for clarification, that's okay.
No, I did want to make a comment just because the first time around it was more questions, but if I can't make a comment at this time, then I'll just, I'll turn my mic off.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just I guess a question to staff. As people may recall, bugaboo with the current CIP is around the investment, the points awarded for investment costs. This is one of the first projects I think I can remember that would have crossed the threshold without the 8 points from the investment cost portion. Is this the highest we've ever rated an applicant, or have we had someone go higher than 66 points before?
Might be a little bit hard just because the rating matrix has changed over time, but under the 2020 CIP rating, Mr. Ritchie is madly looking things up on his computer right now.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we'd have to confirm. One of the challenges is that all three of the projects being considered tonight are being evaluated under the criteria for projects outside of downtown. So the criteria is weighted a bit differently. I believe the highest scoring project we've seen so far under the 2020 CIP program is probably 7 St. Paul Street, which is a very high density mixed-use project downtown. It may have scored higher than 66 or 67, but we have to confirm.
Good, thank you. I think a lot of the issues or the debates we have around CIP is whether these projects would occur with or without the CIP, and people can have different opinions on this. I can say that this site has been an ongoing issue for exactly half of my life that I've lived in St. Catharines. So I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that the CIP is necessary and hopefully will aid in moving something forward on this site. I certainly miss the hangouts from those days about 18 years ago, but I would be happy to see something occurring and people living here again. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. If there are no other questions or comments, I will ask the clerk to call the roll in just a moment. I am going to speak very briefly. I'm not going to waste time, though, repeating what others have said. It is conserving and reusing heritage. It is doing environmental remediation. I will say the sustainable geothermal is the piece that I find the most intriguing. Geothermal heating and cooling is not something which occurs in Niagara. I believe this might be the first project in St. Catharines that takes use of that. And on the financial piece, Councillor Stevens started to get into it, but even during the period where we're paying the grant, we will be getting 3 times what we currently get in property taxes. And after the grant is finished, we'll be receiving 10 times what we are currently getting in property taxes. The one thing I will also point out, in addition to the amenity space, the electrical work, the work with the Conservancy, which I think we applauded last year and continue to applaud now. Mention was made about a tax increase. There was a tax increase this year, and the reality is that one of the things we're going to have to do if we want to see downward pressure on our tax rates is we are going to make sure that additional residential units are developed in the city, and this is an opportunity to do that. I will close only by saying this. I believe when Mr. Clues was speaking, he made comment about the original tower and said it was hideous. And I swear I saw Councillor Williamson, I saw a small smile creep across that face. He didn't want to admit it, but he agreed wholeheartedly with Mr. Clues in that moment. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So this is just on the highlighted portion. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson. No. Councillor Dodge. No. Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Krishner. No. And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Number 2? Oh, okay. Who's the first? On St. Paul Street. 7 St. Paul, I think. Oh, I wasn't on council then, so that doesn't even count. 7 St. Paul? No, I was at the region. you guys did that one. I wasn't here. No, that's okay. That's why I didn't remember it. Okay. Moving on to number 2, which is now up on the board, the Brownfield Tax Increment Finance Incentive for 235 Merritt Street. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Miller. At this time, if there are any questions or comments, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question is, how do we ensure that, this question was kind of asked earlier, that these dwelling units do stay as affordable? Is there going to be an agreement in place, or how do we keep them affordable?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the applicant would be required to enter into a core rental housing agreement with the city. Sorry, excuse me. And that will outline the number of units and the rent that may be charged for those units based on the number of bedrooms for the duration of the grant payout period.
Thank you, and through the chair, and how many years is that? Do we know?
10 years.
10 years, thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, my question was about the core rental housing agreements, and I think our lack of knowledge just shows how rare these are, and I'm very excited to see this, and the next project will require those core rental housing agreements.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. First of all, through you to Director Kite, I've been communicating with her about the definition of affordable rental dwelling unit. And it is in the CIP plan, but it does require information to be updated every year. And as of the last communication I had with her, she was still waiting for some information on that, I think from Niagara Regional Housing, if I recall. So my question number 1 is, how soon does she think we should have that? And secondly, should we hold off on approving this until you have that update in case it makes a difference to the applicants?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're anticipating getting the updated mailing list, the updated waiting list from Niagara Regional Housing probably in the next week or 2. That being said, with the way that costs have been rising, it would only further strengthen the staff recommendation in this regard. I can also defer that to Margaret Josipovic, who is joining us online for more.
Okay.
Thank you. So through the mayor, part of the delay in the information from Niagara Regional Housing is the change in the wait list based on what had happened during COVID. So a lot of households are receiving CERB, and some of the numbers were not accurately reflecting the actual need in the community. Some of the wait list numbers actually went down based on people's income that was coming in from CERB payments. So there is a little bit of adjustment. We just want to make sure that it's fully accurate and correct. So they're working on those numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you to understand, through you to staff, so you don't anticipate that this updated information would have a material effect on the applicant's ability to build affordable rental dwelling units, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, do you mean for them to be able to meet our maximum rent, or for them to be able to construct the unit?
Yeah, no, to meet your requirements, yeah.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't believe so. Part of the requirement for the core housing is also to coincide with CMHC's numbers for average rent. The addition of the kind of core housing need numbers was kind of just a second safeguard to make sure that those average numbers didn't spike very high and they were higher or lower than what was actually needed in the community. I don't think it would impact the ability of the project to be able to provide affordable units in the community.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, another question to the planning staff. This is only 20% ARDUs. I believe that's close to the minimum to get points. did you consider when you put together the plan having a larger minimum requirement, like 30 or 40%, or?
Through the mayor to the councilor, we did. We played with quite a few sort of minimum thresholds, but as part of our due diligence, when we were doing public consultation, this included nonprofits, housing providers, and as well as the development community. There were levels that were not feasible. There is also a specific amount that I think would be beneficial from a planning perspective in a building. That we do desire it to be sort of a mix of rent numbers within a building, so that really the idea is that somebody's walking down the hallway, they don't know which units are affordable, rather than putting all of the units into one affordable building. The idea was to mix them throughout the city. But so it was that mixed allocation as well as a feasibility question.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to our city solicitor, I know that the report says that this is all contingent, I forget the right word, on there being an agreement with the city on this core housing component. Two questions, I guess. Have we done this before? And secondly, are you confident that we can make this airtight so that if it's a 10-year agreement, for example, that we are guaranteed that they're going to have to build the affordable rental dwelling units that they said they would?
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Through the mayor to you, from conversations with planning staff, we have not done this under the most current CIP program. And with respect to the second question, whether or not we can make the agreement watertight, we certainly try to, and I think we get as close as we can. However, I can't guarantee something to be 100% watertight or bulletproof, but we do try.
Thank you. And to you, to Director Kite, Mr. Mayor, is it 10 years that you call for?
Through the mayor to the councilor, the grant is for a period of 10 years, according to the CIP, but also in addition to the city solicitor's comments, payment will not be given to the applicant unless it's been demonstrated that the rent for that year met the thresholds that it was approved for. So it's always there's always a verification step before the payout comes.
And last question, if it's a 10-year agreement, does that mean that at the end of the 10-year agreement, they can double the rent or turn them into condos or whatever they decide to do?
Through the mayor to the councilor, at the end of the 10 years, the city does not have the ability to continue to force an affordable threshold. However, should the individuals renting that unit at the end of the 10 years stay in that unit, then their rent can only increase the percentage that the province sets every year. So it could last longer depending on how long that person stays there. In terms of turning that unit into a condominium, that would be subjected to the conversion policies that are in the city's official plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to the second one? Councillor Kushner?
Yes. If there is a review of the CIP, could we not put a minimum level of the percentage that would go to affordable housing? Because that's the big issue in the city now.
Through the mayor to the councillor, and perhaps the deputy CAO can make a comment on the review process, but repeating what the senior manager of planning services said is when we were developing the community improvement plan for 2020 and we undertook significant consultation with those who construct housing, housing providers, local charities, and others, it was determined that 20% was a threshold that was still could be accommodated and make a project financially feasible. Once you raised more than 20%, the balance of subsidizing those affordable units goes on to the market units, and that now pushes the market value so high that it's no longer marketable or feasible for that project. So that's how that amount was determined to begin with.
But the follow-up question is, if we reduce the impact of the other criteria, could we then not increase the 20% to a higher amount?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the affordable house, the core housing weighted evaluation criteria is already the largest piece of the pie that we had seen on the presentation earlier today. We also know that if we make the minimum threshold for affordable housing higher than 20%, that it's likely we're not going to have any applicants because ultimately the proposal would not be financially feasible.
Okay, do we have any hard evidence of that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, this is what was provided to us by housing providers as well as the development community, so from all parts of the continuum.
And did we do a check on that information?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we did do extensive information research on sort of where that threshold does fall. You'll also remember during council orientation, we showed council the evergreen pro forma for affordability to kind of show you what kind of incentives would have to be included to be able to make a project feasible. Because it's not just capital construction costs, it's also operating costs for those at least 10 years in this case. But yes, we did double check that information. We did also look at other cities and what their sort of numbers are and thresholds for affordable housing.
And at this point, Councillor, I will say, I think if there are more questions with respect to how the plan was developed and how the numbers and the matrix were determined, I think those should occur outside of this conversation. I think we have to focus on the proposal that's in front of us.
Okay. My comment would be, Mr. Mayor, I would have a hard time to refuse this and the next one, given that there's been the approval of the request in Portaluzzi. So I'll be supporting this, even though I think the threshold should be higher than 20%. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, just very briefly, I will say we've had a lot of conversations in the last year about the lack of affordable housing projects or projects that contain affordable housing components through the CIP. I think that this evening, this and the next project sort of bear out the argument that was made by staff that it was going to take time for projects with that affordable housing component to make their way through the system. I think we're starting to see that now. So I appreciate that council has maintained its faith in the CIP up to this point and allowed us to get to this point, and hopefully we can see more projects like this one coming forward. With that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, although I think it should be higher.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes, and I'm enjoying my Coke Zero immensely.
That's carried.
With that, we will move on to our third and final CIP proposal, which is tax increment finance incentive under the CIP equal to 65% annual tax rebate over a 10-year period for the property known municipally as 180 Queenston Street. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Miller and Councillor Lindell. And with that, questions, comments, concerns, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, just to echo your comments previous. It's great to see a project like this come forward. I think it proves that the CIP can be used to partner with groups like Westminster United. And it's my hope that Westminster United can serve as an example to all the other churches in our community that have massive parking lots that could definitely use some affordable housing. So to all those other churches, all those other groups sitting on parking lots, follow Westminster's example and build some affordable housing on there. And hopefully the CIP can aid in that process. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of CIP, as everyone knows. But this one here, I think there's sufficient evidence that they're going to do some affordable housing, and it's a reputable presentation. Not that some of the others weren't, but this actually meets one of the stated strategic goals to build affordable housing, whereas the others we're giving money for luxury townhouses. I know Councillor Garcia did mention the 10.5% increase. Well, we're taking money from people who don't have it and giving it to some people who do, some particularly advantaged people in society. So anyway, because this one, I think the evidence is there, I won't be repeating myself, but I think it's a good cause and it will generate some much needed affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just echo what Councillor Williamson said and what I said earlier. It's so nice to finally see some affordable housing projects come before our council, as opposed to just giving taxpayers subsidies for luxury condos. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will just very quickly, and while I immensely respect Councillor Williamson, I will respectfully push back, and I will say that I think it's a mischaracterization to say that we're shifting dollars. These grants would not occur if the developments did not occur. The dollars would never be accrued if no developments went on these properties. And as I have pointed out before, and I do like to say, this program, previous to this evening's applications, shows a return on investment which approaches the 230% range. And while I was merely a physics teacher and not an economics teacher, I still think that if your retirement income had a 230% return on investment, we would all be retiring tomorrow. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
You know, unheard of. You know, normally when I make that joke about being a physics teacher and not an economics professor, Councillor Kushner isn't in the room, and so there's nobody to point to go, well, we could just ask him. Works a lot better that way. I will now move on to, actually, before I go anywhere, I will simply say to council, thank you for a respectful debate, as always. I sincerely appreciate the fact that we were able to have these discussions, disagree vociferously with one another, and still be able to continue moving forward. With that, we will move on to item 9.1, the Climate Adaptation Plan update. And prior to discussing the report, I will look to Olivia Groff, the Climate Change Adaptation Coordinator, to provide a presentation. Thank you, Ms. Groff, and thank you for sitting patiently through the last 2 hours and 53 minutes.
Informative. All right. So good evening, everyone, City Council and the Mayor. Tonight I am doing a climate adaptation update as relation to the progress report that's taking place. Let's see if I remember how to do this. So the contents of tonight, what's going to be discussed is the recommendation, a brief overview of mitigation and adaptation and the work that has happened to date with adaptation. And then going to quickly go over the plan progress, the actions to date, as well as next steps. So the purpose, how we came to be with the adaptation plan really stemmed from Council declaring a climate emergency in 2019. And also the strategic plan really had a focus when it was updated to have specifically the environmental pillar, which now actually includes climate change language within that. And then the recommendation to Council is just to receive the progress report for information and make necessary notifications to relevant parties that would like to have knowledge about this and kind of help spread the word on the progress that St. Catharines has made. So again, just some background, just because it has been a while since there has been an update from the adaptation plan. Just want to really provide a brief overview of sort of these two spheres that are often talked about in terms of climate change. You'll often hear mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation is really centered on actions that reduce the emissions that contribute to climate change. So that's about energy efficiency, such as the LED street lighting, as well as sustainable transportation options, such as greening our fleet or electric vehicle adoption. And then adaptation is actions that minimize or prevent the negative impacts of climate change. So really understanding the future impacts that we're going to face and how we can be proactive to respond to that. Examples that the city currently has in place are cooling centers, which were made available, or cooling services, as well as making sure we're aware of our stormwater infrastructure and preparing for the future in relation to that. So mitigation and adaptation, they may be seemed on this slide anyway as kind of two separate entities. They very much work within one another. They're not separated at all. But just for today's focus and then the adaptation plan itself, we really will be focusing on the adaptation aspect for tonight. And then just again, an overview of the need to adapt. Just as a reminder, despite our best efforts to reduce the emissions that contribute to climate change, we need to ensure we are prepared and will be able to respond to those. And from that, although climate change is felt globally, it's really locally at municipalities that we really need to respond to those vulnerabilities. And a lot was talked about through COVID, through kind of this green recovery and the idea of building smart to start. We even saw that actually in the applications that you were just previously discussing. Those environmental indicators, geothermal, preparing the grid, all those things kind of get stemmed into that green recovery. So really thinking about the future and building off of that is great to see in those applicants, and it's also something that the city needs to continue to think on as we build. And then the economic impact also supports things. Although this is a statistic from 2019, research shows that for every dollar invested in pre-disaster adaptation activities, up to $6 can be saved in post-disaster recovery spending. And the adaptation plan was really informed through climate projection data. And we collected this information from St. Catharines specifically, and we projected it out to 2050. These are kind of the seasons summarized of what St. Catharines would experience. So we have warmer and wetter winters, longer and wetter springs, hotter summers, as well as shorter falls. So built within the adaptation plan was this climate policy. It includes the vision, mission, 6 goals that are really quite tied to the impacts of climate change. So for example, preparing for hotter summers, preparing for more extreme weather events, and improving stormwater management. And then with that, there was also 12 guiding principles that we would really hope that all city staff and council would support as we continue to work on pretty much anything within the city, really looking at having things that are evidence-based, embracing the natural environment, continually evolve, and encourage climate leadership. And then before I get into the overall progress we have made, it's important to recognize that St. Catharines already had several adaptation practices in place. During extreme heat waves, the city offered cooling services in public spaces. For heat and rain impacts, we had the urban forestry management plan that was making very good progress and has made good progress. In terms of heavy rain events, we have the basement flood protection FLAP program that's available. And then even through COVID, we were able to continue our business practices and keep everything afloat through that as well. So the progress report has this pie chart included in it. And this is just a high-level summary of all 28 actions of what has taken place. So there's kind of 4 categories that we kind of group them into. We have in progress, where we have 13 actions. There's 2 actions that are complete. 6 actions are aimed at the future. And ongoing actions, there is 7. So within the progress report, along with sort of each individual action, each icon will be next to all those specific actions and a kind of a just short summary of what kind of it would entail for the action, just to kind of provide very, again, broad overview of what has been done within the past year on this, and then this will continue to evolve over time. And then some of the actions have actually already allowed the city to be recognized for the work we are making progress on. In April, the city was awarded the Climate Action Award from the Ontario Waterworks Association and the Water Environment Association of Ontario. And this award recognizes and acknowledges the city's efforts to adapt water and wastewater infrastructure to future climate projections. And this was under the Resilient Infrastructure stream. And this was directly related and tied to the action from the Adaptation Plan of incorporating climate change into the Corporate Asset Management Plan. And there was a media release on that as well. So next steps. A part of keeping momentum on actions from this plan is to celebrate successes and regularly report on our work. Even if some actions have been delayed, there may be reasons why something isn't exactly working, or knowing that while we're in the process will better enable us to seek support, whether that be financially through grants, through our networks. We really want to make sure we're keeping those networks in place, or with other resources, or if needed to pivot as well. Which is why, as we continue to on this implementation journey, we really need to share this information with staff, yourself, council, and the general public. And we continue to aim to keep providing this in the future on an annual basis. And it'll be similar to the progress report that was included in the appendix. And that is all I have for my presentation, so thank you very much, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Groff. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Ms. Groff.
She's just grabbing a seat.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, don't blame you. Okay, we're talking about planting 1,000 trees per year over the next 8 years. But what matters really is the net number in terms of how many are we cutting down versus how many are we planting? Do we have an idea of how many we're cutting down?
I don't know if...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if Daryl is on the call. Maybe he can take that question.
I was just about to ask for Mr. Smith if he is there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are net positive, and the amount of trees we cut down vary year to year because it's based on the condition assessment of the trees. So our number one priority is to save the tree as if at all possible. So we only cut down trees when they meet specific criteria. So for our program, we, on average, probably about 600 trees a year are cut down. So we are still netting positive of about 2,400 trees a year just based on our current programs.
So at that rate, through you, Mr. Mayor, will we be able to, it seems to me like that, seems a little ambitious, the numbers we have set to reach the canopy goals for 2030. Is that actually realistic to expect we would get to that level? Or are we going to have to, it's probably going to be a little bit further out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are working with the team in CRCS to bring forward a tree planting strategy that we hope to update as per council's direction for the first term next year. And we will be addressing that through that strategy.
Thank you. And has this or will this report be shared with the Environmental Sustainable Advisory Committee? I know they're not a policymaking, that's not their mandate, but I know there's some good, knowledgeable people on there who we could bounce some ideas off of it, and they might offer some suggestion to us. So has the report been shared, or will it be shared with the committee? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to whoever would like to answer.
Yeah, sorry, just for some clarification, are you meaning The tree report or this report?
Yeah, the overall adaptation plan.
Okay, yep. So for this was not actually shared with them. This was just sort of an update in our kind of first progress report. We were hoping to have it go just with the timing. It didn't quite work out.
Sure.
But we will most definitely have them involved in the next time round.
Thank you. You know, just for some context, we've got wildfires. I don't want to give my age away. When I was born, there was about 320 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the air. Now there's 420, and it just keeps on climbing. Adaptation is just being reactive and dealing with the problems that we're going to have. We've been fortunate. Some cities have been hit hard. The Okanagan. We've just had to deal with some water levels and some minor issues comparatively. But I don't think we can expect that we're going to be off the hook as this climate crisis gets worse. As the Secretary General of the United Nations said, we're in the boiling era, which is some pretty harsh words, but probably an accurate descriptor. I appreciate that the work that staff has done. We do definitely have to, in my view, we got to move on towards some mitigation work. We can't just, you know, deal with what's going to happen, but we have to be actively involved in trying to make a difference ourselves. I know in the bigger picture, we're not a huge player, but we all have an obligation to do our part. The part about the, sorry, let me get it back up. Well, I also would like to see a natural asset management plan. It talks about some language similar to that. Are we looking at an actual natural asset management plan that some municipalities have that will give us a real framework that we have to follow? Is there thoughts about doing that? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we are incorporating natural assets into our asset management plan. I believe it's part of the updated asset management plan that will be coming later this year for our other assets. Our non-core was the first asset management plan that you saw. You'll see the other assets, and natural assets are included in there. There is significant work that staff have to do and the city has to do to grow that, but we are making strides to ensure that natural assets are included within our plans.
Right. Thank you. And I've said this in the past many times. We do financial accounting. We also have to do ecological accounting. We have to look at the greenhouse gases we're emitting. We have to calculate all that kind of thing when we're making decisions, whether we're building or taking down a building or where things are going. I see recently there's 2 plans for the Fairview Park, for lack of a better term, John Page, and then into Fairview Park. And I don't see really an emphasis on greening in that park, but I guess we'll hear at the public discussion what people have to say about it. But I would prefer to see us leading the way and making some, some suggestions that we're going to do something that involves creating a heat sink, particularly in an area that's surrounded by asphalt like we have in that neighborhood with lots of high rises and apparently more high rises going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm going to apologize to Council. I neglected to call on our other delegation. So I do have a couple speakers on the speakers list. I am going to let Mr. Hurst speak. Councillor Williamson, obviously you will be able to ask questions if you would like of the presenter, and I apologize for that. But if councillors want to stay on the speaking list, that's fine. If they choose to take themselves off, that's fine as well, but they can re-add. So my apologies to that. And my apologies to you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Hurst is delegating on Zoom. So Mr. Hurst, over to you, and my apologies again.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco, council, and staff. My name is Jeff Hurst. I'm chair of Hague Neighbors, and I help organize with Arbor STC, a citizens group advocating for the urban canopy in St. Catharines. I'd like to talk about an aspect of our climate adaptation plan as it relates to the incoming proposal for a zero increase budget for 2024. First, though, I have a story to share. Last week, I arrived at the Hague Community Garden with some other volunteers from my neighborhood. We run an affordable produce market there every month with help from United Way. The location is great because it has excellent canopy coverage and lots of shade for people attending the market. That is, it did until last week. Earlier that day, 2 Norway maples that had shaded the center of the park had been butchered. The intent was to prune growth around the overhead utility lines, but this was a hack job at best. Picture a broccoli floret sliced in half. Meanwhile, the dead branches were left untouched. Now the trees look like sickly shadows of their former selves. Their lifespan has, without a doubt, been shortened considerably. A shame, but not uncommon for street tree pruning jobs in St. Catharines lately. Now, this aside, I have to commend all the city staff who are making our climate adaptation plan come to life. The progress report from staff demonstrates that we're making some meaningful strides towards a greener, sustainable future for our city. And that's good news for a person like me, who may have to endure another 50 or so years on this planet. I'm especially keen on action number 4 of the plan, which is implementation of the urban forestry management plan and achievement of the urban canopy target. Now, there are some key goals in this item, not least of which is achieving a 30% canopy coverage in the city, which will be a massive undertaking and will require a sizable and capable workforce to accomplish. So consider all the additional planning and care necessary to implement this plan. Juvenile pruning, prompt response to pests and disease, biodiversity considerations, and so much more go into securing our progress towards a healthy urban forest. So in a city with such an ambitious plan to preserve and increase its canopy, how could last week's botched job at the Hague Garden have happened? To answer that, we need to look at who should have been holding the saw that day, but unfortunately was not. And that person is a trained, certified city staff arborist. So where are these stewards of our urban forest when we need them most? Because we certainly can't achieve our urban canopy goals without their expertise. Now, the number of in-house arborists at St. Catharines has fallen from 10 pre-COVID down to just 6 currently. Budgetary constraints have forced the forestry department to resort increasingly to outsourcing. These contracted companies have taken over roles like new tree planting and juvenile pruning, which are absolutely critical to expanding the canopy and protecting our gains year over year. Now, these contractors provide substandard staffing numbers for any given job, with the result of hasty, poor work where time and care are warranted. And the effects of this poor quality work are certainly going to add up. Improper pruning, for instance, will require more significant costly work later on, up to and including the removal of trees, which none of us want. And then come the complaints from residents. Presently, our in-house arborists are almost entirely occupied with addressing these complaints, many of which could have been avoided in the first place with the right person doing the right job. So saving a buck in the short term by outsourcing forestry services just doesn't add up. We'll end up paying for it in the long run, and the payment won't just be financial. It'll come in the form of barren neighborhoods, ever hotter summers without adequate shade, lack of biodiversity, and increased flooding, just to name a few outcomes. So 1,000 new trees per year, they're actually going to thrive. 30% canopy coverage, it all sounds great, but none of it is possible without investing in a properly staffed forestry department. And this is just one example of how a zero increase budget is incompatible with the CAP and a bright future for our city. This council has spoken about an increased need for road safety and crumbling infrastructure, for instance. So do we honestly think that these two can be tackled without proper investment? Unlikely. So Mayor and Council, I'll leave you with just one question. Are you serious about bringing our climate adaptation plan to life? Locking us into a substandard 2024 budget shows the people of this city that you are not. So I implore you, invest in a green future for St. Catharines. Protect the CAP's progress. Say no to a zero increase budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. We'll go to questions. Councillor Dodge, did you have a question for the presenter? Okay, so I will add you, if you want to turn off, I will add you first for when we get out of this. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Hurst, you've suggested that a potential 0% increase is the main cause of why we have decided not to have enough foresters, in your opinion, which is something I don't disagree with. But we had a 10.5 increase last year when those cuts were happening. So I don't quite see the rationale in your argument here, to be honest.
Well, thank you for the question, but what I'm saying is that we haven't actually made any cuts, to my knowledge, to the forestry department as is. My understanding, and this is just from speaking with other people in the advocacy world in St. Catharines, is that we should have 10 in-house arborists on staff right now, and we're working with 6. So that's some of the reasons that we're outsourcing. It's not necessarily because we've cut the budget already. It's just because we're working with substandard staffing as is, just to my knowledge.
I agree with your concerns, but I think they're a little bit two separate issues. It's a matter of what your priorities are, in my view, and that's not a question, so I better let you go. Thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hurst, for your presentation. So you talked a little bit about Arbor STC. Can you just help folks here understand, what you're doing with Arbor STC? I know that, one of the challenges for staff when we talk about planting trees is just finding places for trees. So maybe talk a little bit about how Arbor STC might be addressing that, and if you hope to scale what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for that question. Arbor STC is a new group just started this year. We've got community leaders, residents who are a part of that, environmentalists as well. And our plan is to take direct action for improving the canopy as well as advocating on its behalf. So one thing that we're doing right now is a pilot project in the Hague neighborhood where we're going door to door to neighbors, especially on streets and areas of the neighborhood with low or no canopy coverage. And we're offering to provide for them a tree to be planted on private property that is street facing, and to basically do all the work for them just to make it as easy as possible for them to get a tree in the ground. Because we've heard from neighbors in the past in the Hague, I can say, who have reached out to the city, asked for a tree to be planted on their boulevard or their road allotment, and just maybe been told that a tree would be planted, and they're waiting for years on end and just have not seen any follow-up on that. So we're just kind of hoping to bridge that gap a little bit. We know the city is working hard to plant trees, but we're just doing our best to help. So we're on track to plant about 20 trees on October 15th in the Hague. 20 off of that big count of 1,000. Hopefully that will help a little bit, but that's just a little bit of what Arbor STC is working on right now, and hopefully we can bring that forward into other neighborhoods in St. Catharines that are struggling with their canopy as well.
Where do you receive? How do you fund that project? How do you buy those trees? Where does that come from?
So Hague Neighbors is funding the project. We did some fundraising earlier in the year. We weren't really sure where those funds were going to go, but as a collective in the neighborhood, we came together and decided that planting trees would be worthwhile. So Arbor STC is partnering with Hague Neighbors this time, but going forward, we'll have to probably find new ways to fundraise for a new Arbor STC initiative for next year.
Awesome. So you have neighbors who are paying for these trees, they're knocking on doors, and they're planting them in people's front yards. Last question, how can the city better support groups like yours who are doing the work to improve the environment for everyone?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the city letting us know, for example, where trees are going to be planted, if the city could be more transparent with areas they plan to focus on. I know that they plant in the spring and the fall. So if they could maybe be a little bit more upfront with that information, share that with the public, maybe provide a map of where trees are going to be planted. That would allow an organization like us, for example, to focus on other areas that are not being maybe addressed right away, that are later on the docket for the city. So maybe that we could just kind of work in tandem with the city that way. That's one thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, presenter. That was very informative. I have a question, and I'm not sure to the presenter. So when you said about all the trimming that was going on, and I don't want to ask you the wrong question, But I was under the assumption that all the trimming around hydro wires is contracted through the hydro, and they aren't city tree cutters. And so I wanted a little bit of clarification on that.
I don't think the presenter can give us an information.
Well, no, but he said city staff like really butchered up a tree and stuff, and I just want to defend our staff, and they do a good job, and
I got you.
I know it's
Counselor.
not probably
I got you.
the-
We're going to go to Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So any trimming that's done for the purposes of protecting hydro lines is done through Electra, and they have a contractor that they use. So we do tree trimming around hydro lines, but it's not for the purposes of protecting the hydro lines. I know it's a fine distinction, but we do that. And when we go in to do those trees, it's for the most part to deal with an issue with the tree, whether it's a section of the tree that's dead or there's a liability issue associated with some branches that may be causing some problems other than hydro related. So yeah, the Electra would be responsible for that trimming.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was just, no disrespect to the presenter there at all, but, I've seen our staff, my own tree finally got taken down after many years of them trying to save it, and our city staff does a really good job on the trees, but I think, hate to say it, but I don't think the electric guys do, so anyways, that's probably who did that for you.
It's probably better that Councillor Harris is not here right now to refute that, but...
Yeah, and I to clarify, I wasn't trying to cast any shade on our city staff at all. In fact, I'm trying to say that I wish that our in-house arborists could be doing more of the work of tree pruning and planting and all these essential things that really set the foundation for our canopy and expanding it.
Excellent. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kudos to you and your group for working so hard to help with our tree canopy. I have just one quick question. I think you gave a number of 10 for our tree crew. Can I just ask how you came up with that number? I think that we need more, but I'm just wondering how you came up with the number of 10.
Yeah, so with Arbor STC, as I said, we do have a range of volunteers and organizers as part of the group. And some of them have been in conversation with the arborists working for the city that are in-house, that are on staff now. And that was just them relaying their knowledge to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hurst, for your presentation. At this time, Councillor Dodge, because you were next on the speaker list, if you want to just jump in there. All right, so I have a speaker list going again, back to, well, actually, no, first, I did it wrong again. First, we have to receive the delegations, then we can discuss the recommendations in the report. So, motion to receive, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor, opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, so now we can get on. Councillor Dodge, you are up to the report and to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, firstly, I know that we've already congratulated, but congratulations to our staff for winning the award that we won for the group's hard work on this. I was just wondering, when I'm reading through and different things, and I know that we reach out to apply for grants and whatnot, do we also look for what other people are doing, kind of like to, maybe something that we as council haven't brought forward, but maybe through your experience with getting your grants or talking to other municipalities on what they're doing, do we bring those things to ourselves as well?
Yes, very good question. There is various networks that many staff, not just myself, are a part of, where there is always talks about how people are getting grants and topics where they have received funding. So there is that conversation for sure. And there is obviously the grant team that's involved too, where those discussions take place.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And I guess what I'm asking is, like, through those contacts and that networking and stuff, is there other ideas for what other municipalities might be doing successfully for climate adaptation and change that we could be also putting into our plan?
Yep, there definitely is. Even with how we even created this adaptation plan, we had all those networks and sort of seeing what worked and what didn't. It was very new at the time, so this has been a couple years since it was updated. So now it's more about seeing how the municipalities are implementing the actions. So not every municipality is going to have the same actions that we do, but there are definitely synergies where we can figure out how they implemented a certain program or how they're carrying on about, for example, that was talked about tree planting. So those conversations are definitely happening.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, Councillor Williamson's talk about mitigation piqued my interest. It was my understanding that we have an adaptation plan, and then I don't think it's called a mitigation plan. I think it's the energy management demand program where we're trying to reduce our, is that our sort of de facto mitigation guiding document?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Conservation Demand Management Plan is a document that we are using when it comes to the city-owned facilities and reducing our energy, our energy use as well as our greenhouse gas emissions. So through that document and through the updates, future updates, we'll be looking at ways of strategies in order to hit the targets that council's established for greenhouse gas emissions, whether it's making modifications to our existing buildings or how we will implement EV for fleet or things like that. So the Conservation Demand Management Plan is a document that we rely on to try to hit those targets.
So for any mitigation efforts that are outside just reducing our, energy usage when we can, would those be included? Like, things around resiliency to climate disasters and things like that. Is that part of the mandate of the adaptation plan then?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question again?
Would mitigation efforts beyond just reducing our energy demand be included in the climate adaptation plan, or is that something separate we haven't done yet?
Yep, so through you, Mayor, that would be considered underneath, if it's beyond greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation planning, that would fall under the adaptation plan, yes.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the motion. We do need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor Dodge. I'll look to the clerk.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
In favor.
It's carried.
Item 9.3, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, Riverview Storm Sewer Repair Phase 2. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Lindell, Councillor McPherson. Any questions? Oh, sorry, one sec. Any questions or comments with respect to the report? Turn the voting mode off for nothing. Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, I'd just like to make note that for anybody in the St. George's ward that we have been telling them that Niagara Street was getting updated, that it's been pushed now, but it was from the region, and that's the funding is going towards this because it's an emergency, and that's Niagara Street will get done next year.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
In favor.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Approve.
That's carried.
Just having fun. We move on to motions. So, motion 10.1, growth framework to support Canadian municipalities. Prior to discussing the motion, council will hear a delegation from Hugo Cheshire from the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce via Zoom. Mr. Cheshire, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Hugo Cheshire. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. CEO Mishka Bolson sends her regrets, but she's watching a live stream, so I'd appreciate a few softballs during the question period because my performance review is coming up. Thank you in advance. On to business. The GNCC's vision is our region at its economic and social best, and I think it's a vision that all of us here share. This motion has the potential not just to advance that vision for St. Catharines, but for countless other municipalities across Canada. It's crucial that we recognize the interdependence between a municipality's fiscal health and its ability to foster growth. A municipality's financial stability lays the foundation upon which we can build thriving, vibrant, and resilient communities. First and foremost, it's important to acknowledge the vital role that local businesses play in our economy. They are the lifeblood of our communities, providing employment opportunities, contributing to tax revenues, and supporting numerous local initiatives. For these businesses to flourish, we must ensure that our municipalities have the resources they need to provide essential services, maintain infrastructure, and create an environment conducive to economic growth. We've seen the consequences of underfunded services, not just in the growing crises which confront our community, crises centered around mental health, addiction, the cost of living, and homelessness. The business community has seen these consequences as well. Developers, for example, have told us many times that planning departments are not responsive enough to their requirements, and that this stands in the way of building more housing, which we desperately need. But this is simply a result of planning departments being understaffed. I know that your CAO could give you countless more examples of the things the city could deliver and achieve if it only had the budget. Municipal governments have, over previous decades, become responsible for more and more public goods, and yet must do so with broadly declining revenues. We believe that in order to deliver the services we need for prosperity and growth and social well-being in a changing world, we need a changed approach to municipal financing. The GNCC has advocated for a revised relationship between municipalities, the provinces, and the Government of Canada in recognition of the crucial role that municipal government plays in Canada's economic life and the necessity of assuring their financial ability to properly fill that role. The financial pressures on municipalities are only growing. Over the next quarter century, Ontario's population is expected to grow by 43%, and the Government of Ontario projects the population of Niagara will grow between 30 and 40%. That increase alone represents a massive new demand on our roads, our utilities, our schools, our healthcare system, and our emergency services. But this is not the only pressure you're facing. In recent years, the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario has reported that 45% of municipal infrastructure in the province is in a poor state of repair, and bringing that infrastructure up to spec would cost $52 billion. Business depends on this infrastructure. The cost to repair the province's municipal roads, water, and wastewater infrastructure alone would cost over $33 billion. I'm actually glad that I was preceded by the Climate Adaptation Plan update because climate change is also a major source of increased costs. The FAO reports that climate change will add another $6 billion to maintenance costs by the end of the decade and $66 billion by the end of the century. And the backlog of crumbling infrastructure will grow under the pressures of population growth, extreme weather, and budget shortfalls. Without a growth framework and a plan to rethink the financial relationship between our levels of government, this situation is simply unsustainable. Infrastructure and services will fall further into disrepair and businesses will be forced to leave as municipalities are increasingly unable to meet their needs. We do not only consider this motion a good idea, we consider it essential for a sustainable future. We urge you to support this motion for a growth framework that links municipal financial capacity with growth. By doing so, you'll not only be investing in the prosperity of our city, but also setting an example for municipalities across Canada. Together, we can build a brighter future for our communities, one that balances growth with sustainability, fiscal responsibility, and collaboration. I look forward to working with you to realize this vision for a more prosperous and resilient St. Catharines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cheshire, for your presentation. At this time, are there any questions for the delegate? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Cheshire, for the delegation. Can I get a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So moving on, moving this motion, I have Councillor McPherson. Councillor McPherson, do you have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Dodge, wonderful. Councillor McPherson, do you wish to speak first or do you wish to speak last? So press the button. Try it again.
Magic.
There
Thank
you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to read the motion because it is extremely long, which I apologize for.
Verbose is the word.
Verbose is the right word. The one thing I will, just the couple of things I'll say is that municipalities, many of us know that municipalities are dealing with 2023 needs and responsibilities with a funding model that actually dates back to 1849, which I think we can all agree that much has changed since 1849. Municipalities are managing more than 60% of Canada's public infrastructure, but receive only 8 to 10 cents for each tax dollar. And the pandemic made it painfully obvious that the status quo is not working. We need to better link municipal revenue with population growth, economic growth, and the services that municipalities provide in the 21st century. This is not about increasing taxes. It's not about asking people to pay more. It's changing the funding model at the federal level. Property taxes alone cannot and will not support our city's infrastructure deficit or allow the city to provide all the services expected by residents and required by other levels of government. So the conversation is starting now, and I believe that it's important to show our support for change and to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I fully support the motion. But I wanted to say to Councillor McPherson, I don't know to what extent she wrote this, but that I do take some exception to the 6th whereas, I guess, where we talk about the federal and provincial sales and income taxes have increased while our property tax revenue has remained flat when accounting for inflation and population growth. In fact, we have usually, our tax revenue has gone up a bit above inflation most days, and of course this year went way above inflation. So other than that, I support the motion.
Any other questions or comments? So just very quickly, I'm going to look to Ms. Douglas and put her on the spot right now, but in a meeting the other day, I believe someone said from 2018 to now, our property tax, combined property tax rate for the city and the region has tracked inflation, correct? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Reed said in our meeting. You'll get back to us on that one? I believe what Ms. Reed said was exactly that it has actually tracked with inflation since 2018, including this year. Given that there's nobody else to speak, no other comments or questions, I'm just going to very briefly say that, oh, thank goodness. I was wondering why Councillor Dodge, because she was the seconder and she hadn't, wonderful. Councillor Dodge, I'll save my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with what Councillor McPherson's brought forward tonight, and I'm just asking if she would just put a little, she's got it in my head, anyway, to add AMO as the list of people that this is sent to.
So amend the final clause, be it further resolved, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, I will just briefly comment and agree wholeheartedly with the motion. The reality is that the funding mechanism and the system to allow cities to pay for what they offer, the system is absolutely broken. It does not make sense. Property taxes are the most regressive form of taxation that we have. People purchase their house generally in their best years of earning, and they are taxed on that asset as their earning power declines into retirement. It is a fundamentally flawed system of taxation. And the reality, and I appreciate, because I feel like a broken record every time I say it, so I'm glad Councillor McPherson said it, the reality is that the city and the region combined collect 9% of the taxes, but are responsible from, depending on who you listen to, anywhere from 50 to 67% of the infrastructure. You can't fund 50 to 67% of the infrastructure with 9% of the taxes. And the reality, and I think Mr. Cheshire actually spoke to it rather well as well, the reality is that if we don't change the funding model for municipalities in the province of Ontario soon, then you are going to see large property tax increases across the province. And I believe I spoke to this a little bit during our budget debate this year, and I will, with absolutely no joy whatsoever, point out that what I had mentioned at the time is coming to fruition. If you look across the province of Ontario right now, multiple municipalities are facing double-digit property tax increases, and not the low one like ours, significantly higher than that, because the funding mechanism in this province is broken. So I appreciate the fact that FCM is moving in this direction. I appreciate the fact that AMO is also moving in this direction, because both organizations, along with OBCM, which is moving in this direction, need to ring this alarm bell as loud as possible. Municipalities and the services they provide, the infrastructure they provide, are the services and the infrastructure that are most used by residents every single day of their lives. And you can't continue to fund that with 9% of the taxes. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Setting the stage for 10.2. And Councillor Garcia is moving and Councillor Kushner is seconding a motion on an alternative 2024 operating budget increase of 0%. Councillor Garcia, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor, but I assume my seconder will probably want to speak first.
Councillor Kushner?
The only comment I would make is that it doesn't say the budget will be 0%, but it says for staff to present an alternative of 0%, as it does for agencies, boards, and commissions. So I think that distinction is extremely important.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner, and I'm glad you reiterated it. I was going to reiterate it as well, and I think it's important that everybody recognizes this is a request for additional information to allow council to have more information as we go through our budget deliberations later on in the year. So there is no approving anything here except for a request to bring back additional information to inform our budget debate, and I wanted to make sure that that was clear to all. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Didn't we already do this and include this in one of the last motions that we had at council, where it was made pretty straightforward that staff would have to present any staffing changes? I'm just wondering maybe if the movers could, I guess, kind of explain the difference between this and what we included in the last motion they moved.
I'm not a mover, but I don't think this really deals with staffing at all. It deals more with, at this point, it would be what service levels would have to be changed. So that's the information that may include staffing changes, but it's not specific to any sort of decisions around FTEs.
Still looks the same. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, this is a question to staff. So last time we had the budget process, we had a list of things that we could cut. if we wanted to cut. So if we wanted to save money in the budget, we're presented with a list of things. Is that going to be the same process this next year?
Through Mr. Mayor, essentially what we do and what staff are doing as we develop the budget and what you heard, I think, last week was we heard what the community and what council had noted on taxpayer affordability. So we are presenting and we will be preparing the budget, the draft budget, to be shown to all of council within guidance. But as per the motion, we will also be preparing various scenarios that would show a 0%. So that would include cuts to get us down to that level.
And so just then bouncing off that, like, will those other scenarios just simply take that list, staff will choose from that list of what to cut and then present to us, another budget?
Through Mr. Mayor, essentially what we're sort of waiting on what happens with the motion this evening, but ultimately what we will do is provide a variety of things to cut. We will not necessarily recommend, but we'll work through and we'll work with the Budget Standing Committee to sort of identify what those areas are. It's service reductions, most likely. It's not doing certain things that we currently do, not delivering the types of services that how we would traditionally deliver them. So there's a variety of things that we'll have to bring forward, and that's something that the senior team will discuss as we go through our internal budget process.
Yeah, I guess I just feel as though, it's not that difficult for a counselor to sit down with that list that you gave us last year, break out their calculator and decide, what on this list is not a priority for me, and we can cut and get the budget down to 0%. Like that is math that my 4-year-old can do. And so I just don't really see the value of this motion. I think that it's incumbent on this horseshoe to have the courage to tell residents what services they want to cut to get to 0%. And this just looks like these two councillors are passing the buck and trying to get staff do the work that they were elected to do. And I just find that cowardly. Thanks.
Councillors, I'm going to ask us to not characterize motives and motivations that way. I understand if you are frustrated, but I'm going to ask that we try and maintain a certain level with respect to the language that we use around the table.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask for an apology, please.
Councillor Ratzlaff. If we can just open Councillor Ratzlaff's mic. Turn it off. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize I directed that at the two that moved this motion. I meant to direct that at this entire horseshoe. If we don't take ownership for the budget and the services that we cut, we're acting in a cowardly manner. And so this isn't just for the two that are putting this motion forward. We were elected to make hard choices, and this just looks like we're trying not to make those hard choices. We're trying to get staff to make them and not be accountable. So.
Okay. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I guess to staff, through the mayor, how much time are we committing to this project? Because I know, I can speak for agencies, boards, and commissions. I mean, we're 10 months almost into the year now and into the process of creating the annual budget for next year. So I think it's going to be asking a lot of the ABCs to do this. So but at the city level, what are we looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it would definitely, the ABCs in particular are scheduled to bring their budgets forward November 1st. So it will cause some challenges for them to be able to do that. And in addition, some of the challenges that they may face is there's multiple partners and funding that they'll have to manage. So it will take some time on that, and I can't comment specifically to it. In terms of the staff time, the senior team, we talk about, we've been dealing with budgetary issues and putting the budget together since April of this year. So one of the things that we do throughout that process is work and develop the budget from the bottom up, so to speak, and similar to what we heard last week. We will, have, and we do have a significant number of meetings scheduled over the course of September into October, which we're talking, 4-hour meetings once a week, every 2 weeks, to work through this. And one of the things that we try to do, and what we have to do, is to manage the obligations that we have through our various legislative requirements, as you know, the water and wastewater and all of those elements where we have staff in particular that, some of the penalties in not doing what we need to do are potential jail and significant fines that are personally put on the staff. So we have to balance a lot of those pieces. At the same time, want to be able to present to council the various scenarios, because that's ultimately what we have to do. It's for council to make that determination. So, sorry, I apologize for the long answer, but it's a significant amount of time, and we want to frame it in such a way that council can appreciate the various scenarios.
And that's, I think this is really unfair to staff to do this late. I think we've done, since my time on council and probably just before, we've made some really good steps into improving our budget process and making it as transparent as possible and doing more work as councilors on it. One of the issues that we had with the tax increase this year is that the regional level of government had this obsession with low tax increases for a long, long time, and now on a number of fronts, they're paying the piper on some things that they should have been investing in for a decade, but instead they made the budget process political rather than focusing it on what it should be focused on, which is delivering service. And basically everything that happened this summer around our budget process just strikes me as very political. I think, as Councillor Ratzlaff was alluding to, we could have a 20% budget decrease if we really wanted to. We can go through the budget line by line and take stuff out. And if that's what people want to do, then suggest that. The 0% is something we realized was bad a long time ago. It's a horrible way to start the process off by basically saying we have to cut service. I've served on this council for 6 years. I've never had anyone in the city ask me to reduce service levels. And as I always say, on things we do reduce service levels on, like cutting cul-de-sacs, which for better or worse is what we did, I still hear about on a weekly basis. So I just have no idea why we would want to reduce service levels to this drastic measure that we're going to be at 0%. And I think it's a huge waste of staff's time. And I think if we accomplished this, the city would be in a much worse place than it is now if we're looking at reducing service levels. So I would suggest to my colleagues that if they want to remove some things from the budget, then come to budget night or come to the budget standing committee and suggest those things to be removed. Staff give us our budget and have been working on it for a long time with the guidance we give them, with the service level requirements that we require of them, with the legislative changes that they have. I just think this is something we're doing to make ourselves look good, or maybe feel good, or maybe to pick up a few votes in a couple of years. I don't think this is a beneficial practice. And again, it just strikes me as a gigantic waste of staff's time. And that's a staff that's already, we hear time and time again, stretched about as thin as possible. So I would prefer we stick with the good budget system we have, and if councilors want to reduce service levels somewhere or reduce staff levels somewhere, then that's absolutely their right to bring up any of those budget opportunities. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I can understand why the councilors are asking for this, but we all know that a 0% increase will not work. There's costs that without cutting services. We know there's costs such as hydro, fuel, heat, et cetera, in the city buildings and the city assets that always go up and we have no control over. So to ask for a 0, we can ask for, and I would assume and hope that when the staff comes in with their budgets every year, that they come in and they've sharpened their pencil the most and have tried to save as most money as they can to the taxpayers. But as we know, if we say 0 and without cutting stuff down the road, we're going to pay 10 times for that. You can't have 0 extra and then maintain levels down the road. You're going to pay, and you're going to pay large. 2014, a candidate ran for mayor on the premise of doing a 0% tax hike, and Well, he hasn't been the mayor for the last 2 terms, so we know the people of the city realize that a 0% won't work. If that was such a great idea, I'm sure that candidate would have got elected to run on a 0% platform, and it didn't happen. So I understand what they're doing, but I think staff does a good job with their budget process anywhere, and to ask for 0, I don't think it's feasible.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Before we go any farther, it is 10 minutes to 10. We have 2 in-camera items, so I'm going to ask for a motion to extend now, just so we can get it over with. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. That gets us to 10:30. So if we have to do it again, it's got to be unanimous. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got some real concerns with the ABCs, asking the ABCs to present a 0 increase. I know from the Downtown Association, it's a small staff, it's a volunteer board. They've been working on that budget for months and months, and for them now to go back, and as well with the Performing Arts Center, they have been working on it. And I feel it's very, very unfair at this point in time, at this point in the year. I mean, the Performing Arts Center is prepared to be voting on their budget at the upcoming board meeting. To ask them at this point, go back, come with a 0% increase, I feel that's very unfair, especially because these boards are volunteers, and you're asking, as much as staff will present it, it's the board that makes the final decision. I won't be supporting this motion for reasons that Councillor Miller and Councillor Ratzlaff and Stevens have mentioned. I think we have a very good budget system the way it is. I mean, I've only been here a year, but it seems to me that we've directed staff to come back with a specific increase or maximum increase. And I think at this point, to ask people to ask staff to spend more time coming up with an alternative just seems very wasteful of people's time and energy, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, I would not be supporting a 0-based budgeting process. However, we just saddled the taxpayers of the city with a 10.5% property tax increase. Not sustainable to a lot of people, not affordable for a lot of people, not responsible in a lot of ways. The mayor's, and I'm not disagreeing with him, he said the system is broken. It is broken. Irrespective of that, we have a duty to try and minimize the increases to people. These have affected a lot of people in a negative way. So to me, we set this target. It's a responsible way to go. The 2 movers who have been criticized unfairly tonight, I'm disappointed that we've got to that level of ad hominem kind of attacks to 2 gentlemen who've shown great leadership and class over the years. So I need to say that and come to their defense. They've been great public servants and great people. I've known them personally. I don't always agree with them, but they're good human beings, and I'm proud to serve with them.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, when do the agencies, boards, and commissions, when are they expected to bring their budgets forward? Are we talking in the next 2 to 3 weeks?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, November 1st is when they're scheduled to come.
Okay. If it's possible, can we vote on the 2 separate, please? Split the 2.
As my good friend Chair Jim Bradley says, it is always acceptable.
Yeah, I'd like to vote on them separately. Thank you.
That was a terrible impression of Chair Bradley. MP Biddle does a better impression. Councillor Phillips.
Just quickly, I am going to support this, but we're not going to have a 0% budget. I don't believe. There's going to be an increase. But if we start at 0% and we are presented with things that are going to be reduced or cut, then we can build upon it. And as Councillor Kushner said, we're not voting on a 0% budget tonight. That's a starting point. And then we can make it go, it's not going to go down, that's for sure. We can make it go up by saying, oh no, we need this, we need whatever. So I don't believe for a minute we're going to be at 0%. We could be at 2%, we could be at 3%, but we also have a reserve called the tax mitigation reserve that we can take money from once we get to say 3% or 2%, we can take money from that reserve and bring it back down to whatever we determine is satisfactory. So I think 0% is a good place to start from, and then we can pick and choose what we want to add to it from there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to start with a clarification. For some reason, every time we talk about a decrease in cost, everybody equates that to cuts. I have never asked for cuts, and I don't think Councillor Kushner has either. We are asking for more efficient ways to deliver the services that we're delivering. We're not asking for service cuts. We just believe that staff can work on potentially more efficient ways to deliver these services so that there can be some savings. So, as Councillor Williamson said, everyone on council and staff is aware of the numerous emails that we received about that 10.5% tax increase and the impact it had on everybody, including renters. So we're both very concerned about any increase in the city's operating budget, as it will be on top of that 10.5%, so it's a compounding effect. But please note that our motion is only requesting that staff at the city and outside boards and commissions present an alternative 2024 budget with a 0% increase. This will allow council to consider that alternative and see what choices they're making, what recommendations they're making, what ways are they thinking that we could save money, not necessarily cutting anything. And of course, we all understand that there are contractual obligations for increases under existing employment agreements and also increases in utilities, etc. However, as we discussed at last week's BOC Committee of the Whole, what we're asking for, I repeat, is staff to look for more efficient ways to deliver the required services in order to offset those mandatory increases. And of course, there will also be savings because we all know that there is a very large number, or there was a very large number of vacant positions, and they're not all going to be filled. So therefore, I hope our colleagues will give our motion support and at least look at that alternative and let staff come back with an alternative. As far as the comment from Councilor McPherson about the boards and commissions, I understand that it's more stressful on them, and this is something, I don't want to pass it off to him, but when I brought the motion up with the CAO, he suggested that it was only fair to ask them for the same kind of alternative exercise as our staff. So that's why we included that. So hopefully everybody will support this because, as I said, we're not cutting anything, as everybody has, certainly Councilor Kushner and the mayor have pointed out. We're just asking for an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This would be a high-level presentation. It wouldn't be detailed. Staff have already said that we do zero-based budgeting. Well, if we do that, that's an alternative that they can present. And with respect to the 0%, we have to remember, if we look at it at over a 2-year period, that's a 5% increase. So there is room there. And with respect to the agencies, boards, and commissions, if people feel that they don't have enough time because of their specific circumstances, then we can vote that down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions or comments? All right, very briefly. I appreciate the comments of Councilor Phillips, and I actually am on the same page with him. I don't believe we will pass a 0% budget increase this year. But I do think that it's important to get the information. And when I was the budget chair, I was always supportive of additional information coming forward to better inform council so that they would understand what the different options looked like. To my colleagues who have stated they're going to vote against this because they don't believe that a 0% budget is feasible, I would argue that were I in your position, I would probably actually vote the other way, if for no other reason than I think staff presenting the information will allow you to more easily demonstrate the impacts of what 0% looks like. You will have the information at your disposal. Right now, a lot of people will talk about how damaging they believe 0% would be. I will say, I think that there's a lot of merit to that argument, but having the facts in front of you will make that an easier case to make. We always say that that would be bad, but I think staff can present what that looks like. And it's possible that some efficiencies could be found, but I will say I don't think that's the case. I don't know how many people remember those many months ago when we had our budget debate in January of this year, but at the time I said, there has been a push for efficiency over the last 8 years. And I can say that because I was the budget chair for those 8 years, or 7 of them at least. And efficiency was the watchword. And one of the lessons I think we all need to take from COVID is you can have efficiency or you can have resiliency, but you can't have both. And if you build a system that is as efficient as possible, it means that whenever the situation around you, the world around you, deviates even a little bit above the baseline, you're going to have problems. And in our quest to deliver more efficient everything in this province and country over the last 20 years, I think in COVID, it laid bare the fallacy that efficiency is the best way to move forward, because then the emergency rooms stop being able to care for all of the people showing up. Then the roads start to fall apart when there are other spending priorities. Efficiency is not the only measure by which we should view our systems. With that said, I believe, and Ernst & Young agrees with me with their audit and accountability report of 2019, that this city got as efficient as it could and then went too far. And again, I will share the blame in that, as I was the budget chair. And we hear a lot about cutting the fat. The truth is we cut muscle, we cut tendon, we cut down to the bone in some places, and we went too far. And much of what we've had to do, especially this year, was repair some of the damage. With all of that said, I told Councillor Garcia when he proposed this that I was supportive of it, and I am supportive of it. And I will be supportive of both portions because I think that it is an important exercise. And I think that it is important that we all have that information because I also think that it is possible that there may be more. And if there is, council needs to have that information. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So this is on the first vote, so this is the city portion. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried. Now on the second portion. So this is for the ABCs. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to what I believe will be the most contentious motion of the evening. Moving Councillor Phillips, can I have a seconder? Councillor Townsend for the addition of a special council meeting for Wednesday, October the 18th, 2023 at 5 p.m. at the Neil Campbell Rowing Center. The special meeting be held for strategic planning purposes and that the city clerk be directed to make the necessary notifications. Is there any debate? Councillor Dodge?
So, Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. Municipal world. Today I was going through some of my stuff, and I happened to come across an article that I thought would be, you looking at the same one? Anyway, one of the key parts in it was council staff strategic planning key for municipal success. And it's a very good article. I think that people should read it. I'm very, very strongly feel that this is a good thing for us to be doing.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Dodge. And I will just say thank you for your leadership on this particular issue. You have very much pushed this, and I appreciate it that you are moving this and that you have moved it to the point where it is. I know the Deputy CAO is very excited to get started, so I appreciate that. With that, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Wonderful. Calls for notice of motion. Are there any other, Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rather than a call for the staff report, I would ask for a verbal update. I have talked to you about it on parking charges for apartment buildings in residential areas. In 2019, we directed staff to report, and perhaps tonight we could have a verbal update, or if we're tight for time, to have the verbal update at the next meeting.
Ms. Kate, how long?
30 seconds.
30 seconds, go for it.
Through the mayor to the councillor. In 2019, it was first brought to staff's attention that there were some private property owners who were beginning to charge visitors for parking. Staff, at that time, council directed staff to research and report back on that matter, which we did in May 2019. That direction was for us, for staff to monitor the City of Toronto proceedings. The City of Toronto had passed a bylaw looking to prohibit that practice, and it was being challenged on its legality. So staff continued to go back and forth with the City of Toronto and the case law. The decision was issued by the tribunal, and the City of Toronto was not successful in being able to uphold their bylaw to prevent paid visitor parking in residential areas.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, the reason this is brought up, residents are concerned in some of the new apartment buildings that there is an impact. If you have charges for visitor parking, then their families will perhaps not be that able to visit them. And secondly, there's a question with the personal support workers also visiting. So it is a concern when the residents suddenly find out that charges are being made for visitor parking.
Councillor, can I make a suggestion then that perhaps this be a notice of motion for the next meeting, and that you work with our staff on an advocacy motion to the provincial government to perhaps change the way the law works in this respect? Would that be acceptable?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. There is one notice of motion from myself, and that will simply be that I will bring a motion at the next meeting regarding the Watson statue. With that, item 13, committee and task force minutes. The council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I will now look to the clerk for what we need to go into in camera for.
There's two items. First, Legal and Clerk Services Annual Litigation Report for 2022, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. The second is from the Office of the CAO. It's a property matter, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)C, a proposer pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality. It's an update regarding negotiations for 25 YMCA Drive.
Mover and a seconder to go into closed session. Councillor Stevens, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? Off we go. We have returned. Item 15.1, and I would ask the council pay close attention. That report LCS 142-2023 regarding the annual litigation report, which is what we're dealing with first, for the year 2022 be received for information, and the council authorized the use of $100,000 from the litigation insurance reserve for the purposes of retaining external counsel to provide legal advice required to assist in reviewing planning applications, preparation of reports, and representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal for Appeals. This was the first one we dealt with very quickly. Councillor Miller, Councillor Garcia, and I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner, Councillor Lindell,
Yeah.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson, and the mayor.
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay. 15.2, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Property Matter Lease, update on negotiations pertaining to 25 YMCA Drive. We are changing this motion. The council, that the mayor proceed as directed in camera. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Need a mover?
Yeah, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Garcia.
Councillor Williamson? Yes. Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Nope.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay. Bylaws. Are the bylaws listed on the council agenda as 8 a.m. be read a first time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Mover and seconder, McPherson and Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Kushner. Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Good.